Now I feel like I'm ready to talk about Gilmore Girls. This is my first time watching Gilmore Girls. I've never watched Gilmore Girls before. Of course I've heard of it. It's iconic. It's one of the most iconic teen dramas ever. Um, I think growing up, of course, I could recognize them. I could recognize Lauren Graham and Alexis Bledel and what they were known for. Of course. I just, believe it or not, I wasn't the target audience for this show when it was on. So this is a pure first time watch. This isn't like when I did One Tree Hill and I'm like, I remember some stuff, or the OC where I definitely watched a few seasons, or Veronica Mars where I've watched the episodes a million times. This is completely new to me. I I'm kind of thrilled because the creator, the showrunner, Amy Sherman Palladino, is clearly a genius, and she is not afraid to fully demonstrate her brilliance in the first season of Gilmore Girls. It's really good. It's really good. It's one of the most charming pieces of television, one of the most charming pieces of narrative um cinema. I mean, narrative fucking visual storytelling. What am I even trying to say? It's just such a charming program. It is such a charming tale, and the narrative is really lovely, and these characters are wonderful, and Palladino's writing is off the charts, incredibly witty, super sardonic, hyper acerbic, cutting, and also tender and sensitive. There's a lot of great writing here. So, maybe first we'll start talking about Stars Hollow, because while this is definitely an iconic show from the era that I most like discussing and waxing poetic over, uh, it's also steeped not in fantasy, but in the screwball languages of the 30s and 40s, to be honest, which is fascinating because they have that whole episode about Donna Reed, and they kind of deconstruct that notion while at the same they simultaneously celebrate the tropes and the trappings of screwball like filmic languages. They celebrate them while at the same time they lampoon them. It's a deconstruction and hopefully building towards a new sincerity, which this show does pretty effortlessly within the parameters of screwball screen grammar. It's really cool. The fictional town of Stars Hollow can feel like a fantasy at times, and it is like so picturesque. It can be like nauseating, but you have to remember this is like easy living. This is Jean Arthur. This is Catherine Hepburn. This is Frank Capra in quite a few respects. This is Carol Lombard. This is Claudette Colbert. Amy Sherman Palladino is clearly an expert on screwball philosophy. And I think she heightens and elevates it within Gilmore Girls. Like I said, Stars Hollow is a fictional town within Connecticut, but each of its characters are, well, I mean, they're truly characters. They are unique. They are silly. They are goofy. They are funny. They're overwhelmed with emotion, overwhelmed within the moment. They have those weird little uh, idiosyncratic quirks to all of them. They can feel a bit nauseating to someone who's not ready for a kind of experimentation or study into like screwball dynamics and how those have kind of changed within a postmodern context. Amy Sherman Palladino is yes, she's a genius for sure. Of course, I think at the heart of Gilmore Girls, this doesn't take any analysis. It's just it's about a mother and a daughter who are more like best friends than they are like mothers and daughters, or they're just like trying to bring that sort of dynamic of archetypes into a new sincerity where you know it's just about the relationship between a mother and daughter. What interests me the most is the town of Stars Hollow. Are all of these characters, and are the ways that they both fit in a relaxed manner into the tropes of screwball writing, while at the same time they're deconstructing those same tropes, and they're acting as a wrecking ball to certain tropes, and then certain tropes must remain because certain tropes are sincere, but within a new postmodern context, Gilmore Girls reaches a new sincerity, which is very, very fun to see. Lauren Graham and Alexis Bledel are both phenomenal on the show. Incredible chemistry, incredible line deliveries. Lauren Graham in particular is very impressive to me. And since this is my first time watching it, I'm watching it from like her perspective. I'm far closer to her age. She might have been my age when she was making this show, if not like maybe a few years older than me. So actually, obviously, clearly, I think that Luke is the coolest dude in the whole show, and I want them to get together so fucking bad. I want Max Medina to fucking disappear and never show his ugly, greasy face again because Luke is a true Prince Charming in a town that certainly needs a new one. But Lauren Graham is so incredible, and yeah, I'm relating most to her character. And I've talked to subscribers, to viewers, to randos at the bar, and this show gets brought up, and it's a hot and cold show, right? People are extremely into it, and they think it's the best thing ever written, and it repaired their friendship with their mother. You know, like it's a huge kind of um like adoration that fans of the show feel for Gilmore Girls. And then on the other hand, you don't really have people who hate the show, but it's triggering for a lot of people. I've had a lot of girls tell me that they want to like it, they wish they could like it, but they have the worst relationship with their own mother, and it's like a triggering experience putting the show on because you do have to accept that premise. You absolutely have to accept the premise to Gilmore Girls of this is about the all of the complexities of the dynamics between a mother and a daughter in the postmodern age while adhering to a sort of screwball kind of fantasy language writing style and compositional style for sure. This is some of the best screwball composition I've ever seen, but I'll get there in a minute or two. But yeah, a lot of people have trouble with this show because they don't have a good relationship with their own mother or whatever. And me personally, I mean, clearly, I'm not a daughter, nor am I a mother. And speaking as a son who had a terrible relationship with his drug addicted and completely selfish mother, who is now dead, I never had a good relationship there. I don't have a good relationship with my family. I just like Luke's kind of like loner resolve and his obvious and kind of dorky affection that he shows for Lorelai in particular. I find that really like relatable for sure. But when I'm watching it from Lorelai's perspective, it's not necessarily like a relationship I had with my parents because luckily I'm watching this show as a 32-year-old man. I'm thinking about maybe I'll have a daughter one day and maybe maybe this show can help me in certain ways that unprepared for, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just saying that's not a make or break deal. Yes, you have to accept that premise. If you do not accept that premise, you cannot watch Gilmore Girls in an honest and genuine way. And that's no fault of your own. Relationships with parents can be the most traumatic things in the world, or as Gilmore Girls is trying to posit desperately, they could be the best relationships you have in your life. Um, And there is something charming to that. And then there is something that is pretty wholesome in that idea. This season is pretty fucking wholesome. It really is. I stayed away from it for a while. I'm gonna be completely honest. I stayed away from it for a while, not because of the whole idea that you have to buy that premise of mother-daughter, like it's the best relationship in the world, honky dory, so happy. It's not because of that. You Gilmore Girls fucking stands can get buck fucking wild on social media, and I didn't want anything to do with any of you, and I still don't. Okay, you guys can get crazy, crazy, and since you're all brought up on Gilmore Girls, you're all so clever. So I don't want to get into any verbal jousting, sparring matches with you guys because, yeah, y'all learned from the best on how to be really, 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 really mean in a very clever way that makes it impossible for me to hate you and I have to admire you even though I'm seething. Gilmore Girls fans are crazy, but so I go to analyze the OC. And fucking Adam Brody's there, and then I hear Adam Brody's on the show. And then, of course, what won me over completely was the idea that is your teen drama even real if Chad Michael Murray's not there? We had Charlie Todd in Dawson's Creek. We had Edgar Evernever in Riverdale. Of course, we had the patron saint, Lucas Scott, on One Tree Hill. And now I have Tristan Dugray. Yeah, on a whim, I put on the first two episodes, and I had no idea that Chad just shows up in episode two. It's interesting. He acts just like he did, like his personification, his characterization, his performance is remarkably similar to that alternate universe episode of One Tree Hill from the first season, where Lucas was the fortunate son and Nathan was the punished one. He's acting just like rich version of Lucas did. Like he is such a douchebag. He makes me giggle like a fucking schoolgirl whenever he shows up. Tristan is such a jerk and I love him so much. And I think you can tell this is for his first real performance after modeling because man, he smolders constantly. He's always like, "Oh yeah? I'm not blessed in the same sorts of ways that Chad Michael Murray was." But Tristan Dugray, yes, that is a Hall of Fame douchebag character. And I'm so happy that Chad played him. And there was tenderness and there was sensitivity to the role, like when he was breaking up with Summer and Alexis was had broken up with Dean, and he kissed her at that party in front of the piano. That's a really sensitive moment, and I think there's actually more chemistry there than in any scene that Alexis Bledel had or shared with Jared Padalecki. I do like that kid. I do like Jared Padalecki, but there's a lot more tension between Tristan and Rory than there was with Dean and Rory. That's just my opinion. I think that's what makes the scenes work so well. I was rooting for Tristan. I honestly was, mostly because I'm a huge Chad Michael Murray fan and I just want to see more of him. My favorite characters this season, yes, I love Lorelai a lot, and I love Luke so fucking much. But I loved every time Paris showed up. Paris is such a cool character. I love that actor. She has a great sensitivity about her, and it's a morbid sensitivity that you can't trust because it's unpredictable, it's kind of chaotic, and then it's really limited. Like there is a tragedy to Paris's character, and I'm not able to really pinpoint it just yet, but I'm sure I will soon. I think there's a lot to explore within this new Paris archetype. I think she's a really cool girl, and I want to see her a lot more. I think there's so much to explore there because you get notions of self-hate. You get hints of um an extreme like teenage loneliness to her that feels really palpable. You get like being drowned, smothered by expectations. I liked Paris a lot. Paris might have been my favorite character because I was always very entertained whenever she was on screen. I was like, she is just so much fun to watch. And the actor Liza Whale, it's thundering here. I don't know if you heard that, but I don't think I'm allowed to ever say her name again because I butcher it. I'll take that as a sign. I just thought that Paris was fascinating and a really interesting deconstruction of like the rich private school student. Same with Tristan and same with Harris's two Droogies. I loved them too. I like the stuff at Chilton the most, and I didn't care for neither did the show care to juxtapose the two different kinds of extreme modes of living lifestyles, right? Because it's not like when we're with Lane, we're reminded that she's poor because she's clearly not. And it's not as if they keep talking about how rich Lorelai's parents are, like ceaselessly. It's not really dedicated to dramatically juxtaposing these different lifestyles or really um, investigating the clear class stratification that definitely exists in Connecticut and Hartford and in Stars Hollow. It's not too interested in that because it has to. Well, there are like hints, there are subtle critiques, there are nuanced criticisms of this class disparity, but it has to be done within the screwball frameworks. It has to be done within a screwball framework. And in order to make these colorful social commentaries within screwball frameworks, It has to be charming through and through. There has to be a sort of sensitivity, but there has to be an adorable clumsiness, or it's an adorable sensitivity. That's how you keep it within screwball parameters. That's how you keep the screen rhetoric pure. Because this is a pure screwball television show. It's just that Amy Sherman Palladino was a genius and possibly still is. I don't know. She was definitely a genius while writing this first season of Gilmore Girls because she's able to transpose your screwball framework into a postmodern one, like in the year 2000. And by having these dynamic, developed by time, like characters within screwball frameworks, you're able to really interact and engage with genre tropes in ways that I've never personally seen before, but they feel completely sincere, completely adorable, and inspiring. I think that's what makes Gilmore Girls so interesting. I found the stuff at Chilton to be the most like exciting to me. I am a sucker for teen drama. I think teen drama is the best, and these private school kids are really well written. I think they're really well fleshed out, interestingly composed and portrayed by both the actors, the writers, and the filmmakers. I love the Chilton stuff. I like seeing these ultra privileged kids interact with each other. I think it's phenomenal to see. Speaking of composition, the scene composition is kind of extraordinary. I'm going to show a few shots here from the finale. There's a perfect, adorable symmetry to every great scene, to every like cultural marker scene, to every huge and important part of the plot. And I have read that Amy Sherman Palladino loves to do a master shot. Like that's kind of what she's known for when it comes to her visual composition, where she gets every huge piece of the drama like in one fluid motion, not necessarily in like in the same like take. And there's multiple camera setups, but that affords a sort of tableau that isn't normally available in not only television but teen drama. And it's a sort of tableau that was certainly available when we come to when we talk about the classic screwball comedies. I think in order to be like fully involved in the sorts of things that Gilmore Girls is experimenting with and investigating, like I see the devil in Miss Jones here. I see my man Godfrey. I see history is made at night. I see it happened one night. And I definitely see easy living. I get some notes of Mitchell Lyson, or at least of easy living, quite a few times. This kind of vibe. It's really cool. So I guess what does it mean to bring Screwball into the year 2000? What does that mean? Great question. I think it's a hopeful sort of deconstructionist quality. I think more than anything, Gilmore Girls is not only hopeful, but it's inspiring. And I think it's aiming to be both of those things, and maybe not in the ways that we expect. We expect things like those to be. I think that Gilmore Girls is really trying to communicate a lot, and it's communicating it through the cinematic framework of screwball comedies, and I think it's working on me. This first season, if we're talking about themes, we're obviously talking about parenthood. We're obviously talking about maturity for all parties. Um, we're talking about coming to grips with love, or actually realizing what love means. Because Lorelai is a very stubborn character and an extremely forgetful one. And her daughter is extremely defensive and unprepared, insecure. But they both know what it means. They really do. They can't articulate it or they can't vocalize it necessarily because there is a fear, and it's a fear of vulnerability because they've only needed each other. They've only needed each other. They don't need anyone else until they do. Maybe other people need them, and maybe that's okay. I think that Gilmore Girls season one is very well plotted, very perfectly written, to be honest. That I see a lot of Palladino, of Amy Sherman Palladino's genius. I think I see it most in the scene composition and in the way that the season as a whole is designed, because I think that the episodes are really well paced and structured, but as a whole, as all 21 episodes of the first season, the design is basically as flawless as something like this could have ever been, which is to say that it is fucking immaculate. Uh, it's a work of craftsmanship that you don't see often. There is a genius hand moving this narrative along and pushing these characters gently into the areas that we, as the audience, want to see them in because we want to investigate certain things about our lives through the safety of screwball comedy. And maybe that's it. It's like through comfort. It's through the reliability of standard tropes. It's through being able to revisit something that does feel safe in a fantastical sort of way, in an innocent sort of way, in a picturesque and idealized sort of way, like Stars Hollow um, as the perfect screwball town kind of ideal. It's through revisiting those kinds of safe vestiges of cinema, of television, and placing current woes, current problems, new words for old desires placed within some place like Stars Hollow. You're able to actually investigate certain things within your own life from the safety of the screwball framework. And then that screwball framework can do you a lot of favors by helping you understand its narrative and cinematic potential. And Gilmore Girls is doing this in quite a phenomenal way. I do very, very much so like the show. I hope it doesn't get boring because I definitely see this show having a chance of getting boring. We're talking about 7 seasons and a limited series. We're talking about a lot of time with these characters, and they're gonna have to go to some dark places. They're gonna have to be intense. They're gonna have to drop the screwball act eventually as it forms into something else. But I have a lot of faith in Amy Sherman Palladino. I don't know what it's forming into, but I'm loving seeing it come together. I don't know where Gilmore Girls is taking me, but right now I'm very excited. And I think it's helping me. I'm able to be like, you do have these desires. You have a fire inside of you. Don't be afraid to fucking share it. Shit like that doesn't really go out. Everything can be lit again. Some of the more fantastical screwball elements can be legitimately nauseating of like, oh wow, everybody like parts of it feel a bit too contrived, but I feel like that contrived nature speaks to the tone of the piece because things do feel theatrical, and screwball comedy is one of the most theatrical and like performative modes of storytelling, and that is decidedly the form that Gilmore Girls is going for. So I'm more forgiving to that. I do want some more elements of danger within Stars Hollow. Dean is not like a bad boy. I want, and Tristan is a douchebag. I'm sure he's into some awful shit because he seems like he probably would be. Or maybe he's just a goofy rich kid with a good face who doesn't know how to act around women. Who knows? I want there to be a bit more danger, some sort of dangerous element that intrudes and invades on this idealized form of screwball modernity, of screwball comedy. I want something to come and kind of fuck it up. I want a wrecking ball character. I want a character who's just here to destroy. I don't know if Gilmore Girls is that kind of show, but I'm looking forward to it. I think that I know there's certain actors like Milo comes on and Adam Brody. I think those are people who definitely have the capacity to be a bit more intense. Um, for sure. Chad definitely has that capability, that range within him, but I know that he left for Dawson's Creek by this point. So, oh well. At least I have Paris. We'll always have Paris. I love Paris. I want to see Paris a lot more because she was this unquantifiable quality that I loved engaging with. She's so cool. Great actor. I think I like the actor a lot. Her decisions through the performance in the first season was just a blast to experience. Really cool. Of course, I want Lorelai and Luke to get together. I appreciate the slow burn, though. I'm gonna cheer my fucking head off when they actually do kiss, whenever that is. Has to happen. Um, oh man, yeah, I knew it got me. I think in the episode before the finale, Luke's ex, who he carries a torch for pitifully, pathetically even, had come back and he's like finally starting to accept her, but she can tell that he likes Lorelai. And he's like, she's always leaving anyway. Rachel's always leaving. Don't trust her. And when he comes back early from a town meeting and she leaves from behind the counter carrying her bags, and the look on Luke's face, I, full grown man, was like, "Ugh, well, how do you like that? Wow. Huh. Mm-mm. I got fucking snotty little catty. So I'm definitely invested in this. I'm going to do a lot more work into studying what screwball comedy really represents in a postmodern context. Because I think we have a lot of substance there for future analysis videos. And thankfully, we have plenty more of them for Gilmore Girls. This is going to be a long haul, but I'm enjoying it right now. Season one, yeah, there is genius on full display. But next time I want to see beauty. I want to see something shocking. I think Gilmore Girls can do it. Thank you for watching. I've been your cult boyfriend, and have a phenomenal day. Now I have like Dean hair. No, I just can't win, dude. Thanks for watching me. Where you lead, I will follow. I'm not a fan of the theme song, actually. Just want to say that. Out of all the shows I've covered so far, I don't like this theme. I don't want to wait so much better. A long time ago, we used to be friends. Perfect. I don't want to be from One Tree Hill. Fucking banger. Um, California, Here We Come. All four of those, fucking phenomenal. This one, this song, I can't do it. I don't like this theme. It is so, it is so lame. But a great season of television, a great season. I just want season two to be about beauty and about shocking me and about intensity, but without losing any of its comic appeal. I want it to be funny and wanted to break my heart. Thank you. Bye. I'm your cult boyfriend. I'm currently watching Gilmore Girls for the first time, and I'm on season two. I just watched episode 9 of the second season, Runaway Little Boy. And it was one of the most fascinating episodes of TV that I've ever seen. A Gilmore Girls analysis. Let's do a little bit of a character study. Let's talk about Amy Sherman Palladino. Let's talk about Gilmore Girls. And by God, please, let's talk about Chad Michael Murray, who, if you watch this channel normally, you'll know that I'm a pretty big fan of Chad Michael Murray. I love his work on One Tree Hill, and I love him on Dawson's Creek. And you better believe that I love his work on Gilmore Girls. What makes Tristan Dugray such a fascinating character is that he wasn't allowed to be. He, Chad Michael Murray, left the show to go work on Dawson's Creek as Charlie Todd. And then he went on to, of course, play Lucas Scott in One Tree Hill, and the rest is history. He was a prominent fixture in the first season as a budding rival to Dean for Rory's affections. He was definitely a suitor. He was definitely a gentleman caller. He was certainly a prospect, one of Rory's doting, hopeful, affectionate suitors. And in the first season, he's primarily a jerk, but there is a deep amount of tenderness and affection that doesn't necessarily allow itself to surface because Tristan is also a pretty defensive character. And I wouldn't necessarily call him insecure until the episode that I just watched. In season one, he's very defensive, and these emotions that he's feeling, he's very uncomfortable with them, and his knee-jerk reaction to them is a toxic one. But Tristan, due to Chad Michael Murray's performance and Amy Sherman Palladino and the other writers, their characterization, Tristan doesn't feel like a complete jerk in the first season. There is that affectionate core, and there's that natural charisma, there's that true charm, and there's something better than that. Unlike One Tree Hill or Dawson's Creek, Gilmore Girls is a show that adores every single one of its characters. Gilmore Girls loves every single character that I've seen in it so far. It cherishes them, and it definitely adored and cherished Tristan Dugray. Now, Tristan Dugray is a character who I think certainly had a lot of narrative potential, and I'm sure was the key element in a lot of narrative plans and romantic entanglements. And perhaps he was even the one who was supposed to end up with Rory. I wouldn't be surprised, because I felt such a huge, like, kinetic, passionate, charge that this electric energy between Chad Michael Murray and Alexis Bledel between Tristan and Rory, a great amount of energy, a great amount of chemistry between them in a romantic kind of framework. I wouldn't be surprised if Tristan was originally was developing, into the true, the true one for Rory. I believe that that certainly was an option. But TV is a weird thing. TV is a beautiful form of art, and it's almost beautiful on account of so many of the hurdles, so many of the problems that television shows have to face that are unique to television. I do love TV because we have these long form narratives, we have very impressive, immersive, and extremely sophisticated structures through the episodes. We have incredible archetypes, we have deconstructions, we have um, basically everything with like everything cinematic. I believe is done best through television right now, and definitely at this in the early 2000s when this show was first being produced. But television also has a lot of unique problems. You have to recast. Actors just get pulled. Studio notes come in that you must follow immediately, and they could completely compromise whatever sort of sincerity you're striving for within your show. Actors decide to leave. It just happens. And there are cases, plenty of cases, where characters are written off of shows. Some are more dignified than others. But none has been done to this stirring postmodern effect as Tristan Dugray being written out of Gilmore Girls. Because as I've said, Gilmore Girls loves its characters. Gilmore Girls loved Tristan Dugray. So how does Gilmore Girls write Tristan Dugray out of the show? A character that they had so much potential for, that character that they knew had so much potential, a character that they had so many plans for. And Tristan has this archetype. If this is a screwball comedy within the frameworks of a screwball comedy, screwball comedies are almost romantically engaging with the meta narratives of romance itself by turning the traditional romantic story on its head while still fulfilling the requirements of romantic energy. Sex comedy without the sex, I believe, is the popular way of describing screwball comedies. Well, Tristan and Rory is true love without the truthfulness, or true love without the love. You pick. It's the relationship without the relationship. It's Romeo and Juliet without Romeo. Gilmore Girls itself is both a deconstruction and a celebration of the screwball comedy in a 22 episode format of television, um, focused on coming of age, focused on the idea of doubles, of a mother and a daughter. Yes, whatever. Let's forget all about that right now. Chilton itself is this private school that has a lot of elements inversed about it. Every kid who goes to this private school is almost cripplingly insecure. But Tristan Dugray is kind of unique in this, whereas Paris Geller, who is my favorite character, definitely wears her insecurities on her sleeve, and she's driven and she has incredible goals and ambitions. That they are ambitions within a certain kind of framework that's not interested in the meta narrative. Tristan, in episode 9 of season 2, he seems so upset. So upset because there's like a fatalistic energy. There's a preordained quality to Tristan's inclusion in this episode because we didn't actually have to see him. We could have just not mentioned him. This was episode 9 after all. We hadn't seen him since the finale of season 1. He seems so upset and aggravated by the fact that he is going to be an unfulfilled archetype, that he was a deconstruction who never even got to act as a wrecking ball in any situation. So in episode 9, he's going to do his darndest, everything that he possibly fucking can to crush, to deconstruct, to fulfill the requirements of his archetype as fast as he can, as grotesquely as he can, violent faux pas and delusions of grandeur. Tristan will transcend his archetype because that's what postmodern brats do. And I think he's acting like a postmodern brat because this is a character, this is an archetype, a trope even, given a certain kind of autonomy to reason with the fact that, oh, I am not going to be able to fulfill any one of my narrative beats. I'm not going to reach any one of those stages, and I deserved it, didn't I? I'm the hottest guy here. I had so much room to change. I kissed Rory at the party. I. I, I go to Chilton. I have a heart. You saw my affection. You saw my sensitivities, even if they were morbid, even if they were still callous. You saw that I was Romeo. You saw that I had the ability, but now I've been crippled. I've been crippled by the idea of making popular art itself. I've been crippled because now my character will not get to fulfill any one of those basic requirements that a Romeo of a new sincerity desperately needs to occupy and live through and transcend. In episode 9, he's involved in a project with Rory, with Paris, about Shakespeare, and they get, by chance, the death scene, which is so fitting because this is basically Tristan's death scene, and it's the death of something larger. I think it's the death of all of the possibilities that Tristan had for not only Gilmore Girls, but for Rory Gilmore as this kind of true character, as this true symbol of the screwball darling turned inside out to reach a new sincerity. It's perfect that he is playing out this death scene. And I mean, clearly, because this is his final episode, he's leaving now. So it's fitting that it's a death scene. And he is so sardonic about his involvement in this group project. You can tell that there's a lot of attraction that he still feels for Rory, and I feel an intense amount of eroticism still from the two of them in the scenes they share in the 9th episode. They talk about the kiss that they had at season 2 at that party after he broke up with Summer in front of the piano bench, which is still, I think, the most romantic moment I've seen on this show thus far. or at least the most truthfully passionate one, one that felt correct, with a certain like postmodern tool set. It felt correct. It felt within a wheelhouse that I was very interested in seeing explored. But now, of course, we can't. Could even be speaking larger. If I could just say very quickly, because Tristan does come back in episode 9 as like a contrived kind of bad boy version of himself, because maybe that's what happened to Romeo in the early 2000s, to the rich and perfect and preppy looking Romeo in the early to mid 2000s. Romeo was being given these darker edges by postmodernists who definitely don't understand nuance nor sophistication, who don't understand the qualities that are eternal, and shouldn't be deconstructed. So Tristan is having to, he's so aggravated and upset because his very archetype is being changed by immature adults who truly don't understand what the function of his archetype was to begin with. And for that, he's been cast out of the postmodern framework. That's always an idea too, and that's certainly something that the show does meditate on and study. But I think what's most fascinating about it is I say postmodern brat, and I mean brat in every single way. In this episode, he tries to start fights with Dean. He he tries to reveal to Dean that like, yo, I kissed this girl already, bro. I kissed her day after you broke up with her. This would be our second kiss. Like, it's fascinating that he doesn't actually kiss her in this episode, that it's not contrived nor theatrical, because if he did kiss her, that would be within the dramatic setting, within a certain kind of dramaturgy, within a stage in front of Dean. It would have been theatrical, it would have been contrived. And the kiss that they had in season 1 was entirely pure, entirely true, and entirely spontaneous, which made it entirely meaningful. I think it's fascinating that it's his final episode and he doesn't kiss her, but he kind of dares Dean to watch. Because this is an archetype who is rebelling at the idea that he's being vanquished, that he has all of this potential, has all of this like inner all of this interiority, all of this romantic interiority, all of this angst that has gone unexplored, and he's lashing out on everyone who will view him. And maybe he doesn't kiss her because as an archetype, he's seeing the artifice of this situation, the artifice of Chilton, the artifice of the show itself, the artifice of archetypal expectations. So he's not going to go along with this play. And by the way, they just get through the rehearsal. It's like the show itself. The first season was a rehearsal. Everything that he had done in the 10 or 11 episodes that he appeared in previous where was a huge rehearsal to an actual romantic moment or a relationship with Rory, and he only got to be there for the rehearsal. And then when time came when he was called up, he's not there. He can't go on. He's not allowed. He's literally being shipped off to North Carolina, which is where they shoot Dawson's Creek. Like, this is, I'm not stretching. Don't even accuse me of reaching here, because I'm not. He can't fulfill Romeo's obligations. He can be there in the rehearsal, and he still fucks the rehearsal up. He deliberately sabotages the rehearsal. And I find in that scene where he's telling Rory that he's going off to military school, they use that. I call it an adorable framing because it isn't to minimize its power, because it is very powerful, but it's normally always done within an adolescent, juvenile, and angsty setting, which makes me feel nostalgic, but also hopeful. You know, angsty and hopeful. So it's the hopeful symmetry, which is what I should truly call it, and I guess I will from now on. The hopeful symmetry. It mirrors it from the finale, but it's reversed. It's inverted, right? It's the symmetry that we weren't allowed to see because Tristan had to basically die for all intents and purposes. The archetype, the Romeo archetype, the well had been poisoned like in the play, and Romeo just sabotaged himself, self-destructed, like the suicide of the Romeo and Juliet play, and Tristan had to leave the show. Chad Michael Murray had to go to Dawson's Creek. That had to be over. So this symmetry is showing us what we could have gotten because it's inverted. And the season one finale, it's Chad Michael Murray who is in the center, in the distance, looking in, uninvolved, uninvited to this kind of romantic pairing with Rory. Whereas in episode 9, it is Dean who is in the distance, watching on, uninvolved, shut out of a moment, a romantic moment, and a mournful moment, and a moment of loss, which are always romantic, in my opinion, between Rory and Tristan. Tristan's just so upset, and he knows that he's being analyzed. I mean, he tells Rory to stop analyzing him. He knows that he's being analyzed as an archetype because he's being presented within a postmodern teen drama context. And he's aggravated that even under analysis, he won't live up to any notion of a Romeo. So he self-destructs. So this archetype kills itself. This archetype kills himself. Tristan self-sabotages. And I think he does it with a fair amount of brutal grace. He asks, "Do you no longer do you have do you no longer have any need for me?" He asks her that. He asks Paris that. "Do you no longer have any need for me?" And he's aggravated. He's a character who's aggravated that his narrative has to be crudely chopped to bits right now. Gilmore Girls doesn't require him anymore. Romeo doesn't get justice in the new millennium. Romeo kills himself in every iteration. Take care of yourself, Mary. I just think it's so fascinating. And I love characters that do this. Characters that seem to be at war with not even the writers, not even the style of the piece, not even the piece itself, but the idea of narratives as a whole. The idea of cinematic or theatrical expectations that are kind of overwhelming. And then the character just refuses and goes, no. Or you get a situation like Tristan, who certainly had the know-how. He had the skill, he had the capability to uh, take those overwhelming expectations and meet them head on. He could have transcended it all and been a true sort of millennial Romeo. And he wasn't allowed to. He couldn't. And so in the face of not being able, being refused, like he was forbidden to complete his arc. In the face of that, he decides to self-implode. He decides to self-destruct. He decides to self-sabotage and get sent away forever from this narrative, never to be seen again, at least in the form of Chad Michael Murray, never to be seen. He would rather childishly rebel against the very parameters of character, of characterization, and of how pathetic all archetypes can be when driven into a corner. Tristan Dugray is one of the most fascinating characters I've ever engaged with, mostly because of episode 9. Episode 9 is one of the best episodes of any show that I've ever seen. Gilmore Girls really floored me with this. Amy Sherman Palladino, the showrunner and creator and head writer, certainly fucking knew what she was doing here. I said she was a genius in my season 1 analysis video, and yeah, she absolutely is, dude. But her handling of Tristan's pointless rejection of Gilmore Girls, of the narrative, the pointless rejection of it all, I thought was such a beautiful thing. Tristan's beautiful ruins. The beautiful ruins of Tristan Dugray. I like that. I like the sound of that. The beautiful ruins of Tristan Dugray. That's what this character study was. That's what Gilmore Girls explored in this particular episode. And through the arc that was refused of Tristan, through the promise, through the promised kiss that was never to truly be. And Tristan got mad. And Tristan revolted at the idea. It repelled and repulsed him. We need a certain kind of postmodern justice for the Romeo archetype. Because Tristan Dugray wasn't allowed to have it, but there's something even more beautiful about the beautiful ruins of Tristan Dugray. I think that it's more artistically relevant, resonant, and remarkable to see Tristan Dugray pointlessly and pathetically rebel against circumstance, against narrative circumstance, than to see him actually accomplish it, to see him accomplish his arc. The beautiful ruins of Tristan Dugray will always be the most beautiful thing, one of the most beautiful things in all of teen drama. I love you guys. Thank you for watching. Tonight, let's contemplate, let's study, let's think about the beautiful ruins of Tristan Dugray. I've been your cult boyfriend. Next week, I'll have a full video analysis about season 2. This episode was just too good. I had to devote an entire video just to it, and I think Tristan deserved it after all. After all he went through, after all his kicking and screaming, I think I owed him this much. Thank you for watching. Your cult boyfriend. I just finished Gilmore Girls season 2, first time watch. Let's analyze it. Let's explore it. Let's get deep into Stars Hollow. So, first off, I would like to say that the chemistry is unbelievable on this show. Everyone has really stellar chemistry. They all vibe with each other incredibly well, no matter what the context is. Of course, Lauren Graham and Alexis Bledel have legendary chemistry. Like they pull it off so well that you don't think about it. Like I don't even know if I thought to mention it in the my first season analysis video, but you definitely have to praise it. It's just so effortless. It feels so natural, and yeah, it's great. The anchor of the show being the relationship between a mother and a daughter, it pulls it off incredibly well, but the chemistry is beautiful. It allows for these slow burns that really are incredibly visceral, or at least palpable, right? I love Luke and Lorelai, the will they, won't they slow burn that would not work if Scott Patterson and Lauren Graham did not have the chemistry that they do. So first and foremost, I need to praise, and I couldn't praise it enough, the chemistry, because I don't think I did in the first season, which is kind of wild. My favorite character, yes, is Paris, and I think it will be Paris until the end of time, until the end of the show, because Liza Weil Weil. I still don't think I'm allowed to say her name. You know what? I'm not allowed to say really too many people's names on this show because if it's not Liza Weil, um, M Milo Ventimiglia, even Amy Sherman Palladino, I don't know. Just know that I love all of these people, and I'm sorry for butchering names. Paris is a beautiful character, but I've reserved some time for some Paris character study. Uh, a little bit further on in this video, I will devote a whole slot of time to Paris and to Chilton and to Tristan. By the way, I made a video called The Beautiful Ruins of Tristan Dugray. Definitely check that out because it's really good. All right, I did a whole character study of Chad Michael Murray's run on this show, and it's definitely worth watching. But I'll cover parts of that in this video as well. I just won't go into it too much. Yes, Paris is still my favorite character. Emily Gilmore is, I'm really warming up to Emily. Favorite character is Paris, second favorite, Emily. I love those two characters. They share archetypal similarities, so um, I don't know. Do what you will with that information. That's just my taste. I like that a lot. I guess I like girl boss characters. But there's a secret devastation and alienation to them. Well, not so secret Paris, but once again, we'll get to Paris soon. So once again here, Stars Hollow, Gilmore Girls as a whole is devoted to both deconstructing and celebrating the screwball comedy, sex comedy without the sex, right? A Frank Capra world. I love that Paris does say that Stars Hollow is so wholesome that even Frank Capra would vomit, would throw up at the sight of the putrid pureness. Um, Yes, it's a screwball comedy, and every single character is working through tropes to reach these kind of peaks of new sincerity and transcend from there. And season two does a wonderful job at that. I'd say season two is it's just as good as season one while having more flaws within it. You get Capra Lubitsch, Lyson, you get Mr. Deeds, It Happened One Night, you get Easy Living and The Devil and Miss Jones. But that is kind of like a framework for the early 2000s. And you do have to ask the question of like, what's the purpose of investigating the screwball comedy and celebrating it at this time period? And I think it definitely has to do with a certain kind of it's commercial, but it's still a radical sort of feminism that we are dealing with here. We're going to the very tropes of femininity, to the very archetypes and symbols that have come to, I mean, normalize and be actualized. The cinematic symbols of the idealized form of womanhood, of women. And we were able to investigate, like Claudette Colbert and Jean Arthur through, Lauren Graham and Alexis Bledel and Liza Weil. We're able to do some investigations here because there is something to them. One of my um, kind of criticisms of the first season was that I like that you built this world, this Stars Hollow. I like that I feel like I'm living in a screwball comedy, and the general awkwardness of our characters allow them to transcend these kind of limited feminine stereotypes or archetypes to reach these peaks of new sincerity. Like, I do really appreciate that. But I remember saying that, like, what I want now is a wrecking ball. Like Donald O'Connor in Singing in the Rain, you had to show him dance on the floor before you showed how we could dance on the wall. Like, you have to do the first thing before you deconstruct it or subvert it, right? And I said, you need a wrecking ball. And my idea of a wrecking ball was something of a bad boy, and I was kind of criticizing the show because Tristan Dugray and Dean, these aren't like really bad boys. We'll get to Tristan in a moment. He tried to be one, but it was extremely contrived. This show needed a wrecking ball to kind of upset Stars Hollow in a way at its core. And well, it gave that to me in jest, didn't it? Milo Milo Ventimiglia, fuck names. I'm calling him Milo. Um, And Jess is such a cool character. I love Jess, and yes, some true chemistry there. Some amazing chemistry between Jess and Rory. It is incredible. I just finished the season finale where they kiss at Sophie's wedding. Oh my God! Like that was like whoa, 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 whoa. That's good. That's so good. That was meaningful. And that was awesome. And yeah, yeah, Jess is actually like a bad kid. He's like the Artful Dodger. He's Holden Caulfield. He's a J.D. Salinger character in perpetuity, just wreaking existential dread all over Stars Hollow with his angst-ridden, nihilistic, self-destructive appeal. And it is quite an appeal. He's like such a handsome kid, and I love his character. I love what his character means for Luke, and I love that Luke is always protecting him, because we do investigate like Luke's concept of family, and I think that family in the early 2000s was a dying sort of concept. Conceptually, it was in its death throes. I think that's why Gilmore Girls is pretty important, and this is the only kind of relationship that we really get between like two men in the same family, because while the show is celebrating, championing, and kind of reinventing what it means to be a mother and a daughter, what it means to be best friends, what it means to be women in this familial unit, its view of men is pretty interesting through Jess, because both of these men are incredibly defensive and absolutely insecure. They just try to hide it, but they hide it in such an awkward and clumsy way that it's the only thing you could ever see. You know, you could only see their insecurities and their sensitivities. And it's these two men who don't exactly know nor want to be super vulnerable with each other, but the smallest moments, there's more nuance to masculine familial relationships. I think, as uh, posited by the second season of Gilmore Girls, because there's a lot of tenderness between Jess and Luke, but in order to really find it and really embrace those feelings, you have to look really hard, because these aren't two characters that are going to run up and like hug each other or even say something nice, or when they do nice things for each other, they don't admit that they did. They want nothing but the best for each other. I know that that has to be the case, but men, that's just not the way that they operate in a certain kind of society, specifically within a screwball framework. And I think that's one of the things that um Amy Sherman Palladino is not necessarily interested in deconstructing. She's interested in destroying and leveling, because there's so much nuance to this relationship, and it fascinates me. And what does Jess offer to Rory that Dean doesn't offer her? Passion, something unexpected, something intelligent too. I'm not saying that Dean is an idiot, but Dean has never read Howl in his life, and that's a superficial kind of quality to judge a romantic interest by. But when you are 16 or 17, that's when you definitely have the license to be as superficial as possible when it comes to experimenting with who your heart chooses to be affectionate towards. And this show really does like elevate itself romantically, because I think Rory's fighting it as much as she can. She won't admit this. She's fighting it as much as possible. And when she kissed her in the episode I just saw, when she kissed him in the episode I just saw, it was like some involuntary bodily action. Like she didn't think, she just did it because she's drawn to him like a moth to an open flame. And it's kind of like beautiful. It's a really cool relationship, and I can't wait to see that explored more, because there's a lot to Jess and there's even more to Rory. And Rory is another incredibly insecure kid. I mean, every kid in this show is insecure in their own idiosyncratic way. They just have really desperate ways of expressing it, which make me feel really sad, because it's all about not trying to express it. It's all about trying to conceal your insecurities, which just kind of magnify them for the viewer, which speaks to Gilmore Girls and their characterization and the writing just being so perfect, and of course the acting being so spot on that nearly every role here is legendary. I love when Jess shows up in the town for the first time, that music kicks in, and he's looking around at this picturesque, idyllic Stars Hollow, and it's just a, this is hell. This is hell. And I was like, finally, someone is realizing that this isn't normal, that this shouldn't even be desired, you know? This is fucking Pleasantville, bro. I sympathize with Jess. I wouldn't be able to vibe in that town. No, 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 no. Jess is doing better than I would in that town. Incredible performance by Milo. So many great parts featuring him interacting with this town. I loved seeing him meet new people. I'm like, oh, he hasn't met Paris before. This is gonna be exciting. And yeah, they end up like debating the beat writers and Paris. Oh my God, I would love to get into arguments with her, like calling Kerouac like the most self-obsessed writer in the world. And every man is the same. They're into Bukowski and they will never read Jane Austen. And of course, Jess had a really cool comeback to that. I'm like, I've read Jane Austen, and I think I think she'd really like Bukowski. I, I don't know about that, Jess, but it's the right thing to say in that situation for sure. Speaking of Paris, let's just go to Chilton. At Chilton, Gilmore Girls and Amy Sherman Palladino do their most interesting work. The most interesting postmodern exercises are performed at the Chilton School. Harris and Tristan both embody a certain kind of expression, like the most amplified expression possible of with Tristan, it is archetypal expectations, and with Paris, it's societal expectations. Tristan, in the video that I made, The Beautiful Ruins of Tristan Dugray, he is so upset, he is so aggravated that he is acting contrived, he is acting like a postmodern brat in some pointless, childish revolt against circumstance, against the fact that he is leaving the show and he can't fulfill his postmodern Romeo narrative. He can't follow it through. He was there for the dress rehearsal and was forced out of it by circumstance. And Tristan is really mad about that, really mad that his actor is leaving, really mad that he has to say goodbye before he truly ever said hello. Tristan is rejecting the archetypal expectations. He's rejecting the narrative. He refused it. And it, episode 9 of season 2, Runaway Little Boy, Tristan Dugray's only appearance in this season and his final one, I think is one of the most fascinating pieces of teen drama I've ever seen, and I think one of the best examples of postmodern pop art that's available that we have. It's masterful. It's masterfully done. I've seen things like this before, but not done as well here. To have a character lash out at the meta narrative of his own context, like to just lash out and refuse to go quietly to go quietly into that good night. He rejected the narrative and he refused to make peace with circumstance. And he left angry and aggravated and still affectionate towards the source of his narrative pains. And he had to leave the show. So Tristan at Chilton um, was being hounded by expectations of his own archetype that he wasn't able to fulfill, that he wasn't able to meet head on, and he was cast out. That's Tristan. Paris, not necessarily against the meta narrative. That's why I think that Tristan Dugray is the most fascinating character I've run into so far on this show, and it's not almost, it has nothing to do with his original intent. Like, Tristan in season 1 is a jerk who has some tenderness to him. and I love Chad Michael Murray. But season two, what they did with his exit, that's where he gets completely fascinating and puts everything else into true perspective of a waste, and he knew it was wasteful, and he refuses to accept the fact that his narrative is complete. Paris has more practical concerns. Um, she's not a character who is focused or driven or determined to upset the status quo of the narrative itself. She doesn't care about the meta narrative. She cares about getting into Harvard. She cares about herself. She cares about Paris Geller. Paris Geller cares about Paris Geller. But of course, she's a secretly tender individual who definitely cares about Rory Gilmore as well and has a secret loneliness to her. And she's probably the most alienated person on the show while being the most seemingly focused and driven and most likely to be successful in the future. She doesn't really have true friends, and outside of Tristan, she hasn't expressed romantic interest in anybody because I think that she's afraid to accept the fact that no one is romantically interested in her. She feels like, I think she feels infinitesimal, and she's making up for how small she truly feels by trying to be as large a presence as possible. And my heart goes out to people like Paris Geller. Chilton is a fascinating place because we are dealing with I mean, since it is a teen drama and it's a postmodern teen drama and it's made in the early 2000s, we are able to be as hysterical as possible with the emotions of these teenagers. And at Chilton, there's a certain kind of raw expectation that presents itself in a theatrical and contrived way for all parties because these kids have definitely been brought up in a world of mannerisms and taught the choreography of etiquette and upper class existence. So when those types of people either reject a narrative or try to ignore their self-hate and their alienation like Paris, there's a sophistication available to engage with that's not normally apparent with kids from other backgrounds. I don't think that Jess has this depth to him, and I do love Jess. I don't think that Lane has this depth to her, and I do like Lane a lot. I want them to do something more with her, but from what I've got, it's fine. It's not really great though, but it is fine. I do like Lane a lot. There is a bit more of like a juxtaposition here because I did mention last time they're not really interested in investigating class or social stratification. But they did that in the very first episode of the second season when Dean goes to actually meet um, Rory's grandparents. And right away, her grandfather is so rude to him in a very classist sort of way. Well, I mean, I guess in a deliberately and overtly classist manner, it's very gross, but it's something that I wanted to see because I felt like you're kind of sanitizing that by way of the screwball comedy, whereas even in a screwball comedy, like It Happened One Night, definitely a Capra movie would recognize the reality of these different worlds of American existence. And I was waiting for Gilmore Girls to do that, and they finally did in the second season. They're not devoted to investigating those things, but I'm glad that Dean being continually ridiculed by Rory's grandfather, I'm glad that that happened because I needed to see it, or else I couldn't believe what I was seeing. That would have been the most fantastical element of Gilmore Girls. It would have been where I would not be able to suspend my disbelief for too long. And they even bring that feeling back, that that plot line back when Dean buys her a new car and her and Rory's grandfather doesn't believe it can work and has it checked a million fucking times until he finally believes Dean. And I guess they begrudgingly accept the other's presence. Um, so class and social stratification is investigated. It's not investigated harshly, but it's at least recognized and represented, um, which was absent from the first season. It is interesting that Jess destroys that car. James Dean, James Dean wannabe, destroys that car. And there are these like poetic symbols of Jess not being able to organically find a passion for himself or something. He has to steal it from others. Everything he got in life, he probably stole, and that is also love. And he has stolen Rory. Um, and he's done it through a series of these tokenizations of young love. He takes Rory's bracelet that Dean made for her in the first season. He takes it, he gives it back to her when he realizes what it was and what it truly represented. But that's still a tokenization of the love that Dean had for her. And then Dean bought her a car, which is a huge token of their love, of his commitment to her. And Jess destroys it. Jess is not interested in these tokens, in these empty symbols, in crystallizing a girl, right? I don't think so. I don't think he deliberately mishandles the symbols of Dean's affection. Sometimes he does it without even knowing that he's doing it, like with the bracelet, but he does it anyway. And to work this into the poetic language of Gilmore Girls, kind of like trying to liberate Rory from this strange, tokenized and plastic, or at least this like this life of display that is Stars Hollow. Everyone is so theatrical. It's like everyone's putting on a play and everyone's a player and everyone's an actor and everyone's just likable and quirky and silly and witty and fun and acerbic. Jess can see through that. I don't know if he's conscious of the fact that he's seeing through it, but he is destroying the performative nature of Rory's ideation of what love can be. And it's by destroying some of these artifacts of Dean's love for her that, or defiling them or whatever you want. He's corrupting them for sure. He's taking the mystification away. He's demystifying it. He's demystifying Stars Hollow, and he's demystifying the tokenization of love. And that's really cool, and that's extremely postmodern. But I don't think that Jess knows that he's doing that. The thing about the kids at Chilton is that I feel like there's a meta contextual layer to all of them. I definitely feel like Tristan in his final episode was speaking outside of himself in a way, or at least I felt like it was the Romeo archetype that the early 2000s has no use for, being given enough autonomy to realize that if he's the victim of any tragedy, it's not of love, but of failed expectation, and that upsets him greatly. And I think that Paris certainly understands. She is probably the most performative character in the whole show because we get real Paris every so often, and real Paris is perfect. Real Paris is adorable and awkward and full of a sensitivity. We see real Paris when she's like, "Oh, oh, really? Really? You like it? Or I can stay?" And then it's gone. The rest of the time, she's a character because the kids at Chilton, they have to be performative as they've been rehearsing all their lives, and they'll probably never stop rehearsing until the day that they die. They've been rehearsing for galas, for debutante balls. They are stuck in performance. And every so often Paris breaks out of it, and you see that core inside of her, and it's a beautiful core. And I love Paris so much, and I want to see more of it, but I don't want it to be cracked open completely. It's a slow burn in every conceivable way for Gilmore Girls, not only with the romances, but with the interiority, especially of Paris. But with Paris, less is more. Um, because I love her to death, and I'm constantly searching out those moments of true openness from her, which do come, and then they leave just as quickly. Paris rules. I would start watching Gilmore Girls literally like the week that I switched from coffee to tea for my stomach. Mm. I have like Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, and that I knew I had to quit coffee for years, and I finally did it. This is so off topic. What else do I have to talk about, though? Let's see if I took any notes down and helped myself out. No, I didn't. Let's do some criticisms. I stopped caring about Lorelai near the end of the season. I stopped caring. I was fooling around with the philosophical concept of doubles, of you can't hate Rory, but like Lorelai, or vice versa, because they are the same character. But guess what? They're not. They aren't at all. I think that Rory is is waking up to a truthful existence. I think that Lorelai is just kind of aggravating now. The stuff with Rory's dad, like, please tell me that's it. Please tell me I'm done. I don't. It's so boring. Every time he shows up, it's the most boring fucking episode ever, and he was in this season quite a bit. Lorelai just got really aggravating near the end, and I stopped really investing emotionally in the stories the adults were having, and because the teens were just stealing the show. Um, the young characters were just running away with the show for me. And every time Lorelai would show up, I'd be like, wow, I mean, this is probably part of the point. She's acting more immature and more holier than thou than these arrogant and unknowing kids are. Um, Lorelai was really aggravating for me near the end. Started strong though, started really strong. So I hope that season three, the writers are like, hey, let's not take it in this fucking aggravating direction, and let's never see Rory's dad again, because your cult boyfriend is gonna swallow a bullet if he has to sit through another episode of Lorelai making out with him. It's terrible, terrible shit. Melissa McCarthy is someone who I haven't talked about yet, and I've been meaning to. She doesn't really get to do anything profound ever, but I didn't know she started off on Gilmore Girls. I've just been annoyed by her as a movie star because I don't like the comedies that she makes. I never have found her funny, except for like one part of This Is 40. Like her scene in it is very good. I didn't know that she started off here, which also means I didn't know that she had perfect comedic timing, that she is an extraordinary comedian. Like she really is. I guess it did translate to Hollywood, right? Because she's had a very successful career, but um, I wasn't able to appreciate her comedy until I watched Gilmore Girls, and now I'm like, I get it, and I really like it. So great on you, Melissa McCarthy. Sookie's a cool character. Um, Not a whole lot to talk about, but that's not a criticism against the character. There are characters that you need to be reliably shallow in a way. And that's to me Sookie. If there are complications with Sookie, they are investigated in their totality in a single episode, and then we move on. At least so far, which is fine. That's totally fine, especially when we have um, postmodern brats like Tristan Dugray, and like postmodern Queen of the Damned, like Paris Geller, and postmodern wrecking balls like Jess Danes. We don't need any further complications, because this brain right here is being all used up by those three. I'm looking forward to season three. I'm pretty sure that my boy Adam Brody is going to show up and blow my fucking mind. I love Adam Brody. We covered the OC on the channel, so you should know I think the kid's basically a genius. So I'm interested to see how he fits into Stars Hollow. I definitely want to see more Paris. If this was just a show about Paris, I would watch it. Like, well, of course I would watch it. That's a stupid statement, Zach. You're watching a show where she's not the main character and you love her. Of course you'd watch a show where she was the main character. I'm an idiot sometimes. If she was the main character of a show, it would probably be my favorite show. I love this kind of character, and she can definitely handle more. I want more Paris. I want Paris 24/7. That's what I want from Gilmore Girls. I know I won't get that because that's an unreasonable demand, but I want a lot more of her. Because that's where I'm most fascinated with what I'm seeing. And her performance is the best out of everyone's. Like her performance is better than anyone else's performance by a landslide too, in my opinion. I think that there's so much pathos to Paris that it's so unreal, and she can drive me to tears when she drops the performance for a second and acts like this tender girl that I haven't spent much time with. Like there's so much to Paris, and I can't wait to see more of her. I better see more of her in season three, which isn't to say I didn't get a lot of her in season two. I did. I'm just I'm a junkie. I'm a junkie for Paris Geller. I'm a Chilton junkie. I want way more Chilton time because I love Madeline. I love Paris's two droogies. I always have. I think they're really cool. I want more Chilton all the time. But I think that's it for me. Thank you for watching my video. I will be back in 1 week to talk about season three of Gilmore Girls, which I am enjoying. Real talk, yeah, Lorelai got aggravating for me near the end, and her shit made me so bored during the last 3 or 4 episodes. So fucking bored with Lorelai. And if I'm starting to become so bored and aggravated with like the main character of a show so early, I don't know how I'm gonna operate. But all of these supporting kids, man, like I love them. So okay, keep it coming, Gilmore Girls. Where you lead, I will follow. Gilmore Girls season three. I've got some thoughts. I got a lot of thoughts. Season three of Gilmore Girls was good. Very good, actually. Not as good as the first two seasons, but not like by a significant margin or anything like that. Still really, really good. So still has that going for it. Let me just jump around to the things I think are the coolest things and most interesting things about the show, poetically, philosophically, and artistically, compositionally. Let's just explore. And let's start with my favorite character, Paris. Fucking Geller is the coolest. I love Paris. I love her to death. Paris Geller for life. Paris Geller cult, rise up. And I love her. She is extraordinary, an incredible character who only gets better and better and better. And I've loved her since the first episode that she was in. They have their on again, off again rivalry. Paris and Rory do in season three. That pairs quite nicely with their like parallel best friends forever vibe that they so effortlessly occupy and express during one of their rivalries, since Paris has a boyfriend named Jamie, who I have an immediate dislike for, mostly because, I mean, you don't really get to meet him too much. I just don't like him. No one's good enough for Paris. But that is at the center of a sort of hopping off point of for their rivalry to really just Oh my God. Paris and Rory had a straight up sword fight. I'm done peppering this analysis with like fun words and like things that make me look kind of smarter than I am. They had a fucking sword fight, and I lost my mind because it was so cool. I'm a simple viewer. It was so cool. I can't believe they did that. That scene, dude, fucking, mwah, chef's kiss, bro. Episode 11, I solemnly swear. And the scene itself is framed in meta narratives. Madeline and Louise and Rory. before the sword fight, literally ask out loud, like, why the fuck are they fencing at school instead of playing badminton? Like, there must be something that's equally as perversely upper class that that's a bit more safe or a bit less psychotic than sword fighting. Not that I don't believe that I'm sure there are private schools out there that definitely have fencing, but I like that they are calling attention to the contrived nature of the meta narrative of this specific sequence. It's leading directly to a sword fight between Paris and Rory. It was so cool to see. Also, Paris fucking whooped her ass, bro. She was so extraordinary. She had me on the verge of tears as often as she had me doing spit takes because of how audaciously funny she was. I'm not joking. I just finished the finale of season 3, and I was like, I was drinking my tea and fucking she just had this moment. Like, oh, first of all, she made me choke up a bit during that episode because of the idea that her parents are these like invisible titans or monsters, really. We don't ever see them. She's clearly raised by her nanny, and her nanny's family, her nanny's kids or whatever, like those are very important people to Paris. And of course, that's who attends her graduation, and that's who she smiles to. And there's stuff that makes me choke up, like like the little one, he did really good at bowling last Monday or something, and I'm like, oh my God, I love this kind of characterization. I love this interiority. Like, I like the less is more kind of concept that Amy Sherman Palladino and her team just run with when it comes to Paris. They expertly craft this character, and Liza Weil, she is an extraordinary actor and truly elevates this character to like some boundless kind of like limitless places that I'm so happy that Gilmore Girls gets to kind of traverse, because otherwise, without Paris, I despair to even imagine this show. Um, but she had me choke up at the beginning of the graduation with her nanny and her nanny's family, which is really her extended family, in a very sad and tragic, but heartfelt and incredibly affectionate sort of way. And then she made me do a complete spit take, like I was drinking my tea and fucking spit it out of my mouth, bro. Like a complete spit take. When she's standing in line to get her diploma, and she's like, I don't recognize any of these people. And she just taps on the person in front of her. And it's just like, hey, you, what's your name? What's your story? It's just, I can't even do a good impression. So that entire build up was for a joke that probably didn't read correctly to you, viewer, unless you know the show really well. And I hope you do, because there's a lot of stuff to explore here. Let's not leave Paris just yet. The most interesting thing that Paris did was in episode 16 at the bicentennial, where they're supposed to read speeches, and they tied. Rory and Paris tied for like the best speech or whatever the fuck. I don't care, but they tied, and they were supposed to read it together. Paris and Jamie had just had sex. Paris lost her virginity to Jamie, and also Paris didn't get into Harvard. But I didn't know about the Harvard thing, right? I thought that because when Paris shows up to the speech, you don't know about the Harvard rejection just yet, but you do know about the Jamie thing. And I was fearing the worst for Paris, because I was like seeing the signs that I thought were pretty telegraphed. I've been traumatized by my time in places like Tree Hill and Newport Beach. I thought that this was going to be awful for Paris. I thought I thought they were gonna do like the unthinkable with Paris, honestly. I'm like, there's a possibility that they're going to get so postmodern that they lose the plot. I thought for a good little while actually that Paris is going to get like impregnated and have to like give up all of her dreams and goals. Meanwhile, Rory ascends to kind of the space of the disgraced queen, which would have been Paris, right? Like the archetypes, the status quo would have been rearranged so intensely. But luckily, those kinds of things only happen in Tree Hill, and my girl Paris was okay, but I did not know that. So when she shows up to the speech and like her hair's all frazzled, like she looks like she's just been fucked up. I I took my phone and I threw it across the room. And um, luckily it was a pretty fucking durable machine and it didn't break. But I immediately threw my phone across the room and my eyes started swelling up with tears. And I kept going, uh-oh, uh-oh, what the fuck? What the fuck did you do, Jamie? I was about to go beat that fictional character his ass. I was gonna go pound him into dirt. I'm unbelievably attached to the Paris character. Uh, Great character. Yeah, unbelievably attached to her. So when I saw her in pain, I thought, what the fuck? What the fuck? Don't do this to me, Gilmore Girls. Don't hurt me like this. I was immediately distrustful of Jamie because I was like, "Ugh, is this gonna be Paris's punishment?" And it was in a way, but Amy Sherman Palladino and her team are brilliant postmodernists. They're not just effective, right? The show could be more effective, but we'll get into criticisms later. Right now, I want to just deem out high praise to the show for this moment. When Paris arrives late to the bicentennial, I thought it was worse than being rejected from Harvard, than not getting into Harvard, but that's what it was. Paris gets up there and commits archetypal suicide. She gets up there and says, "I'm being punished because I had sex." She didn't have sex. Rory didn't have sex. I'm sure she'll get into college because she didn't have sex. I didn't get in, but I've had sex. If you had asked me which one of those things would have happened, it definitely wouldn't have been the sex thing or the not going to Harvard thing. This is once again a moment that we definitely experienced with Tristan Dugray in the previous season, where he was leaving and he was definitely speaking and clashing with the meta narrative. He was speaking outside of his narrative designation and was acting like a brat because his arc was being cut short before it ever truly began. Now, Paris was able to complete an arc, but it's not necessarily the arc that was programmed into her. Like let's speak kind of practically for a second, right? Tristan was fascinating because of the archetypal expectations, and Paris was very exciting because of the more practical expectations, and I would call them more generic. She was like a girl who was just pounded on to be like, I have to get into Harvard. My parents are tyrants. I have to go to Harvard because every Geller has gone to Harvard. I got to do all these fucking things. I have to make these invisible monsters happy. And she was definitely lost in in a huge like, overwhelming fog of self-hate and self-doubt and self-deprecation, even though she would mask it, right? She would mask it as the thing about Paris Geller is that she is probably the most hypersensitive character here, and she's definitely very aware of her vulnerabilities, so she compensates for them, and I would say it's effective. She compensates for those qualities in a way that could seem selfish to others, right? So I don't consider Paris Geller to be like a truly selfish character. I also think there's a sexist notion when watching like young driven girls like Paris Geller, there's a sexist notion to see the the quality of being driven to succeed as an unlikable or selfish one um, by by more misogynistic viewers, and I don't share that opinion at all. If you have even half a brain cell, you can definitely see that within Paris, yes, there is this drive to be important because it's been beat and brainwashed into her head that she has to be important. She has to be unique. Um, I fucking she got me to cry though in that same episode. I love that she's up there and she's like, "What the fuck? I was supposed to get into Harvard. Why am I being punished so that Rory could have character development?" That's what I'm ultimately trying to say. I'm trying to say that this archetype as opposed to like being in a kind of a generic world of like I'm better than you and blah 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 blah. It was finally the archetype of like the Queen of the Damned, the postmodern Queen of the Damned, as I like to ironically call her, going up there and being like, no, 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 I didn't get into Harvard because a guy liked me and I tried to have some like life experience or something and I knew it was fucking gonna fuck me up the whole entire time I did this. No, no, no. The real reason I didn't get into Harvard is so that Rory can stay this sanitized porcelain baby doll. I had sex, so I don't get to go to Harvard. Thank you, the way teen drama works. Thank you, the inherent punishment of teen drama in the early 2000s. Thank you so much for being so fucking deliriously unfair. But she did make me cry almost directly afterwards, where she's like talking about Jamie, or if you're like me, you're thinking like this is a character who has committed archetypal suicide. She's no longer the smartest, most driven, most determined, or at least most successful person in the room anymore. That has been taken by the primary protagonist of the show, the primary character of Gilmore Girls. Clearly, obviously. And she doesn't know if people are gonna like her anymore, if she's gonna be unique anymore, if she's gonna remain interesting. Will anyone love her when she's no longer the archetype that you thought you knew so clearly, because that has been removed from her for the sake of character development, but is kind of, yeah, it's kind of sanitizing Rory, keeping her in this really naive and baby-like stasis. We'll go back to Paris. I don't want to bore you guys too much. I have a lot of thoughts on Paris. Adam Brody is in this season. I love Adam Brody. He is great as Dave. And Dave and Lane look extremely good together, and I think he's extremely good for Lane. I think Lane's even better for Dave. Um, Adam Brody, great, great, great kind of like a breakout performance. I know that this is his only season because he goes off to Newport Beach to really become one of the most legendary figures in teen drama. Seth Cohen, whether you like the character or you hate the character, you have to admit in the year of 2023, we are living in Seth Cohen's universe. I personally love Seth Cohen, and I think that Adam Brody on the OC is that is like symbolic. That is and that's entirely emblematic of the early 2000s teen drama. That's entirely emblematic of teen drama as a whole. That's like one of the most important characters in teen drama. That's up there with Joey Potter from Dawson's Creek, right? It's an incredibly important character that has actually shaped culture. Watch my OC videos if you want to know more about what I think of Adam Brody's performance as Seth Cohen in the OC. Watch my videos about the OC if you want to know more about that. Right now we're talking about Dave, but I do know that this is his only season, and he did quite well. He did great. And I know in future seasons he is referenced as like, oh, he has to go to school in California, which is like a playful reference to how he's on the OC now. It's curiously similar, but a bit more playful. About how when Chad Michael Murray left the show in season two, he went to like military school in North Carolina where they shot Dawson's Creek, which is what show he left to. Uh, it's the show he left Gilmore Girls for. But this season started fucking with me, right? Ultimately, the screwball comedy framework is beginning to hold certain moments and characters back. Um, Especially Lane Kim. Lane's home life is actually shockingly abusive, and the show kind of sanitizes it, mining her mother's fanatical behavior for comedy. Believe it or not, after 45 episodes, child abuse somehow loses its charms. I know, crazy to imagine. I do like seeing Dave and Lane. When Dave kissed Lane for the first time, I went, hell yeah, dude. Hell, hell yeah. I got really excited. That was really cool. But fuck, dude, it's so many episodes and like the amount of fanaticism, like abusive fanaticism of Lane's mother is like kind of just okay, now it's not funny. Now I kind of just want to punch her in the face. Like it's no longer goofy, okay? You let her go out with the nice looking Jewish boy right now. You do it. He plays guitar. He knows cool bands. Lane is clearly crazy about him. Fuck you. Fuck. It got hard to find the comedy in it anymore. That's my largest criticism, right? The show goes for eccentricity over authenticity. It's a worrisome quality that the show has, but it's because of the screwball comedy framework of the show, which is its strongest feature, but also I think it's its Achilles heel. And 3 seasons might be the limit for how long it could work without true design flaws. And this shit ran for like 7 regular seasons and then a mini series. There's no way it can keep that up. Not when it's not uh, it's unwilling to destroy. It's hyper literally unwilling to destroy, demonstrably so. Consider the final scene of the entire season. The season 3 ends with Lorelai and Rory in like the Chilton Main Hall. Rory just graduated, and Lorelai has this idea of like we're gonna vandalize it. It's goofy and it's fun. I don't mean to frame it as some sort of menacing moment. It's a good moment of rebellion, and she's trying to like etch their initials into some place somewhere. But every place that she goes to, Rory's like that was donated by Robert Frost, or there's some other historical significance to that piece. We can't do it anywhere. Can't even do it on the floor. It's been there for fucking dinosaurs walked on this floor or something stupid. And they end up giving up on that idea. And they walk away, but not without saying, take a look around, Rory. It's not scary anymore, is it? This is brilliant, but it also brilliantly exposes what I think will be the show's ultimate design flaw. This is Lorelai and Rory, Gilmore Girls as a whole, desperately trying to leave their mark on the narrative, on the meta narrative, on teen drama, on television, whatever, on cinema. They're trying to leave their mark somewhere, but everywhere they look, there's this unimpeachable history attached to it that that they respect too much almost for empty reasons. For like they won't vandalize the screwball comedy framework that they're working within. They refuse. It would for the sake of the respect of a history, I guess. I don't know. I don't it okay, maybe they should have left their initials somewhere. But the important part is that it's not scary anymore and that they can freely roam these sacred halls, the sacred frameworks of the screwball comedy, the sacred frameworks of great television. They've arrived. They're here. They should have vandalized it. But it's not that kind of show. It's still brilliantly done, but that is going to be a design flaw. Trust me. The season is bookended by dreams of Luke and Lorelai. The season opens with a dream of Luke and Lorelai, and you're like, oh man, Lorelai is pregnant. This is amazing. Why didn't I get to see this happen? And you're like, oh, because it didn't happen. It's just a dream. And that's a dream Lorelai's having. And then it ends with Luke having a dream where Lorelai goes into his diner and is like, hey, don't marry your new girlfriend. And that's not real either. That's just a dream too. I know this show did not invent the slow burn, but this thing with Luke and Lorelai, they're they might as well have invented it, okay? Because this is taking so long. It's well done. It's well done. When they kiss, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. which they better do. Okay, like I better not be just hoping for something that doesn't happen. Just gets beat up by a swan this season. Which yes, is funny, and I understand why he's embarrassed, but like so in my city, there's this like particular lake here, and everyone says, and it sounds weird, it sounds preposterous, but everyone says that the swans at the lake were donated to us by the Queen of England. It sounds weird, but everyone agrees on this weird fever dream that we all believe to be history. It probably is true. It is inconsequential to the story I'm telling. They are assholes, and they have so much protection. You can't kick a fucking swan. You can't mallet it over the like like Jess was prepared to do. But these the swans will fucking attack you. Jess is right to be intimidated and scared and angry. Swans are assholes. Um, oh, you probably wanted me to like analyze Jess and not rail against swans. But every channel has to stand for something, okay? If you're silent on swans, and you're fucking complicit. Jess is awesome this season. Milo continues to be incredible. He's great. He's great, and he's truly flawed, and not simply eccentric, and he gets in exile from Stars Hollow and goes and lives with his dad in LA. That's at least where we're at right now at the end of season three. I thought he was fantastic. The fight that he and Dean had, I'm glad that it actually happened. I didn't think the show would go there, but then I'm like, you idiot. It gave you a sword fight between Paris and Rory. You didn't think you'd get a fist fight at a kegger with Dean and Jess? That's a given. That's granted if you got the fucking sword fight. This sword fight's better than the Dean fight. The girls do it way better, dude. But of course, the juxtaposition between Dean and Jess is pretty interesting. I have to side with Jess ultimately. With Dean's gonna make what does he say? Dean's gonna make some woman a very good doormat one day. And yeah, Dean's kind of fucking so pathetically nice that it's like inconsiderate to my gag reflex. The kid is just he's unreal. He's unreal. He's either entirely like fantasy, or he has no spine. And I don't or I just relate to Jess a lot more. Like as a guy, I guess. Uh Jess's temperament is more similar to my own. Well, actually, Dave's is the most similar to my temperament. What am I fucking saying? I'm not some cool fucking Italian kid from New York. I'm more like the weird Jewish kid down the street who listens to garage bands and old punk music. Anyway, what they do that's I think really interesting with Jess is that we finally get some might not be an investigation of class or social stratification, but it is an investigation of a certain kind of authentically rebellious attitude because Jess flunked out of school. Jess is clearly smart enough to graduate, but he just didn't want to. He wanted to go for a job. He is this J.D. Salinger hero in perpetuity, which I think is something that's worth celebrating in a teen drama for sure. And that's actual rebellion. And Stars Hollow is actually a psychotic and maddening place. And I'm glad that Jess also agreed with me that living in Stars Hollow, it looks nice, it looks fun, but it would be hell to anyone who was in any way a free thinker. Um, Jess is an extraordinary kid, and I do love Rory and Jess together. My major gripe with the show is at the end of my season two analysis, I did say that Lorelai was aggravating me. Well, it looks like it's genetic because it's been passed on to her daughter come season three. Rory and Lorelai annoy me a lot. They aggravate me so much, and they're the main characters of the show, and I'm fucked now because I have so much. I'm not even halfway done, and I'm stuck in a show where I don't like the two leads. I don't think that what they do is heroic or cute or anything but selfish, to be honest. You have a relationship like one with Jess, or the things that she does to Dean, or even let's take Lane. Um, Rory will hang out with Lane and then make it about her. Lorelai it's a lot more obvious when she does it. The shit she puts Luke through, whenever she's hanging out with Sookie, everything with her parents, certainly everything is about her. And we have this episode where she has flashbacks to where she was giving birth to Rory, and she acts exactly like she does as a grown up, which makes you, I think it's poetically trying to tell you that like that was such a traumatic experience that it infantilized her in a large way, and she, or it traumatized her so much that she stayed in that stasis, that the safety of the angst of a 16-year-old girl. Which there is poetry in that, but there's not a whole lot of integrity for me, especially when 16-year-old girls will act really selfish. That's why I'm more forgiving to Rory about this, because when you're a kid, everything is like hyper amplified. Everything is overblown. Everything's so melodramatic because it is the end of the world, and that's what it actually feels like. Rory has all the license to be as superficial and selfish as she wants to be when she's 18 years old. That mentality does not transfer over as effortlessly into someone in their mid 30s like Lorelai was or is. She is awful. She's so selfish, but Rory is acting just as selfish, and the show is celebrating that selfishness. Now, the true problem here is that these are screwball comedy heroines. Now, normally we are only around screwball comedy heroines for 80 to 90 minutes tops. I've been around these guys for like 70 hours. And yeah, they're starting to wear me down. I don't like it right now. But if I had to spend time with Claudette Colbert from It Happened One Night, or Jean Arthur from Easy Living, or The Devil and Miss Jones, if I had to spend 70 fucking hours with Carol Lombard from My Man Godfrey, I would end up shooting myself. It sounds entirely insufferable. So this is like by design, right? Like it's part of its design flaw. It has to start destroying. I wish that they symbolically vandalized the screwball comedy framework, because that's almost the point of being postmodern. If you're not going to deconstruct or destroy it, then why are you using the tools? You know? This is why I see a lot of problems in the future for this show. Lorelai and Rory are both so unimaginably selfish. My God, they're so performative and they're so selfish. They're Dawson Leary levels of selfish and narcissistic. They are definitely Seth Cohen levels of selfish and narcissistic, but without the inherent charm and endless likability of Adam Brody, or the kind of expert wit that the OC had. Gilmore Girls is very witty and very funny, but like I said, Gilmore Girls loves its characters so much to the point that it's like so charitable to them, and it thinks that Lorelai is so fucking awesome, whereas the OC thought Seth Cohen was a fucking nerd because he was. It's just that he was delusional and narcissistic, which made him funny. But Gilmore Girls, you're presented with these awkward scenarios, played out with contrived perfection by Lorelai and Rory. It's just that the composition is like, aren't they the coolest fucking people? Don't you wish you were like them? You and your daughter can be just like them, and I would hate you. I would hate you so much. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point. I don't know. Without Paris, I don't know where I'd be. Without Lane and without Dave this season, I don't know where I would have been. Uh, But season three was very good. But this might be my limit. We're definitely doing like the whole thing. Don't worry. I'm not giving up. I'm just saying that I might turn into your worst boyfriend ever if you're a big fan of Gilmore Girls, because I don't Amy Sherman Palladino is like a million times smarter than me. So I see it going in a certain direction that I find appalling, but she's definitely smart enough. And this show, the way it ended, felt like a big chance to brainstorm and redesign since we're going to college now. We must maybe that even leaving Chilton was symbolically leaving the frameworks of screwball comedy and we're on to something else. Fingers crossed. Um, Maybe that's it. But from my vantage point, from my point of view, it looks like it's heading into an unwinnable situation. Uh, just and the design flaws of Gilmore Girls are becoming a lot more pronounced as we go on. Which isn't to say it's not doing fascinating things, but mostly it's doing fascinating things with their secondary characters, with people like Paris Geller and Tristan Dugray and Lane Kim. With their secondary characters, this show can be extraordinary. With its two leads, who this show is obsessed with trying to make you not only love, but like they're trying to make you project yourself onto. Like I unabashedly so. I hate them. They're so aggravating to me. Like Rory gets mostly a pass because she is a fucking kid, man. Like you can be an asshole if you're a kid. You have to mature eventually. Okay. She's actually just getting worse as the show goes on. But Lorelai, I no, no. And her stupid ethics, man. Like she overhears I don't take kindly to anyone talking shit about Paris Geller, so be warned for this outburst. But she overhears Paris telling Rory that she slept with Jamie, that she had sex for the first time. And she also hears that her own daughter, Rory, is still this perfect, sanitized virgin. And she says to herself, like, I have the good kid. Fuck you. You were Paris. Like, you weren't Paris. You were pregnant. It doesn't make you bad. It doesn't make you bad. Like, this is like such a puritanical notion that I'm surprised at this show that does have like a feminist core to it and a kind of radical feminist core to it that I admire greatly would admonish Paris for simply fucking having sex once through Lorelai, through your main character. He's supposed to be like kind of rebellious and kind of like a championing like misfit girls, right? Because she was herself one. And then she gets a moment of clarity after hearing that conversation, and all she can say is that Rory is a good kid and Paris is a bad kid, at least implicitly. Like that's awful. That's stupid. That's a stupid moral framework for this show to, I think, wildly adjust to. And I don't know who that's for. It's definitely not for girls who are struggling. This is shows are just written for moms who want their kids to be like perfect, uncanny baby looking like things. Like, it's not right. It's not right to say that about Paris. She had sex once. And then, yeah, the show did go out of its way to punish her. She was interested in a boy. And so, of course, I guess Paris can't be interested in more than one thing. Like, I know she's an obsessive person with obsessive like personality qualities. Uh, but I also believe that Paris is intelligent and intense enough to be able to juggle both Jamie and um like her school assignments. She can do her school assignments in her sleep. That's made clear, and she fell behind on it because of Jamie. This is so dumb. Um, like it is wildly punishing Paris, and Paris is completely right in calling out the show for it. Like I don't get to go to Harvard because I had sex, and then Rory just given the world on a fucking rainbow, right? She decides she doesn't want to go to Harvard and goes to Yale instead. She decides that. If we could all be so fucking lucky. Like whose dream fantasy is this? That's probably why I connect with Jess so much. I myself am a high school dropout, ended up getting my GED at some point and went to college for a few years. But when I was the age these people are in the show, I had already dropped out of high school, you know? I don't know like, whose boring wet dream it is to be like, I have a kid who can go to any Ivy League school ever. I'd want a kid who had integrity and was authentic. I'd want a kid who was driven to be unique and was sad when she or they felt like they weren't. I want, like Jess or Paris. Like that's I want a kid who like acts like who, who acts like a teenager should. And part of what being a teenager is like maturity is a deconstruction of youth. Like that's what adolescence is. And you have to make mistakes. You have to experience things. You have to do things that you know are wrong because you have to know what wrongness feels like. You have to know what victory feels like in the palm of nihilism, right? I'm getting a bit too extreme there. My ultimate criticism here is that I think that Jess is easily the most authentic character on the show, and that Paris is the most sensitive character on the show. And these two characters, I feel, are punished um, by the show through a moral lens that I find not only disagreeable but insulting. So I it's a very good season of television, right? Because nothing I just said betrays its framework, betrays its design, and it allows for these characters to do some really interesting things. The only thing that's not interesting is the way that our heroes, our two main leads, react to these problems. They react in puritanical and aggravating and idiotic ways that are supposed to be perceived as not only witty but dignified. And I think ultimately Lorelai and Rory are hardly ever either of those things. So I think we're gonna end it here. I think I've fucking babbled on long enough, guys. Thank you for watching. I've been your cult boyfriend. I'll be back at some point in life, I guess. I know this video took a little while to come out after season 2, which is I think probably going to be the best video I ever make about Gilmore Girls. Let's be real. Watch season 2 analysis. I think that's peak your cult boyfriend criticism when it comes to Gilmore Girls. But I'll be back eventually to talk about season 4. I promise. I'm not giving up, and I really enjoyed this season. Um, it just gets to a point of like, yeah, it punished Paris and it allowed Paris to call the show out for punishing her, or at least the idea of narratives or meta narratives punishing an archetype. Um, but that's also like having your cake and eating it too. And I've never been too comfortable with doing that just to do it because it's unfair to the archetype and to the audience. And the archetype was Paris, my favorite character, and me being the audience. Insult my don't insult my emotions when I'm so attached to her. Characters deserve justice, archetypes deserve justice. You gave justice to Tristan Dugray. Every character should receive that kind of treatment. Thank you. What? Oh, go figure, huh? My name is Zach. I'm your cult boyfriend, and this is Gilmore Girls, Season 4 Analysis. I definitely have quite a bit to say. Holy mother of pearls. I just finished the season maybe 30 seconds ago. Whoa, okay, okay. Cool ending. I'm so down with this. I'm telling you, okay? For the first 20 to 21 episodes, I did not know if it was good. In fact, I was fairly positive that it wasn't. Everything made sense in the season finale. It's a very interesting season, but it's also an incredibly aggravating experience. It is irritating. It is just riddled with cliches, and it's also genius. I'll explain. This is the Yale season or whatever. This is when Rory goes to college. And geez, you know what? Let me get this part out of the way. If you watch my Gilmore Girls uh videos, you know that I may be your cult boyfriend, but I am Paris Geller's cult husband forever. I run the cult of Geller. Paris Geller, Sarah Michelle Gellar, even, you know. Wow, just like stay stay on track, your cult boyfriend. I love Paris Geller. She's the best. She's incredible. She's hilarious. But the thing that's most interesting about her is the way that Gilmore Girls in the first three seasons would often have her attack the meta narrative of circumstance and get really mad and bratty and pouty about it, which made her to me like a perfect postmodern brat and a rebel in a really driven and ironic way. I loved her. She is my ironic postmodern queen of the damned. Season 4, she is kind of reserved to just comedy. I feel like I feel like she was just misused this entire season. Liza Weil is incredible. She has hilarious jokes, great moments. She's beautiful, and I love her personality. I love her character, so I do love being around her. But her arc, her storyline this season was just terrible. Vacuous, fucking idiotic, to be honest. And I thought like insulting to her character because this was a character who they did like these postmodern acrobatics with these like high wire balancing acts of meta narratives for the first three seasons, and then season four she is in the Kirk and Michelle territory of this is just funny now. And she's in love with Michael York this season, who I mean is an actor who I generally like. The show does ask you how you feel about this kind of age difference. Now, I'm no prude. I'm okay with age differences, but you filthy fucks, man, you're making me stutter because I'm uncomfortable. Paris Geller is 19 years old, and they say it over and over again that Michael York's professor is 60. So, am I cool with not only the power dynamic of that relationship, but also the 40 plus year age difference? No, that's gross, guys. That's gross. Paris deserves a proper prince, all right, or even a king, but not some old dying pretentious fool who abuses his position of power to take advantage of young women. And also Paris Geller, she said it best, like I know when people are manipulating me. She said this in season 3 about Jamie, about when her and Rory were being manipulated against each other over the Jamie situation, she told Rory like, "Yeah, I know that that girl is just manipulating me. I know when I'm being manipulated. I know when I'm being like, I know when I'm not in control." And I just wish Paris Geller would understand that this relationship she has with this guy, I don't believe it's equal footing. It can't be equal footing. He's fucking 60. He's gross, and apparently he does this with like a new girl every semester. Paris Geller would not be an easy mark. Paris Geller would be using the fuck out of him, and not seem so like pitifully devoted to this relic. I guess I get that we all have our kinks and our interests and our attractions, but this one I feel like was primarily used simply for an invisible, unheard laugh track that like they were all hitting these jokes that I just didn't find very funny because I found a lot of dignity and integrity in Paris, and it sadly really wasn't available here. Not that the relationship was undignified, it's just that it was simply for comedy. Like her character, her entire arc, even when Michael York's character ends up in the hospital and she's like, I'm gonna break up with him, it's not, and she doesn't. She ends up going to Oxford with him for the summer. Gross. I'm gonna throw up all over the place. Watch out. But it's not like an emotional moment. Not really. Not when she's like, he just looks so old. It's all these old jokes, all this stupid jokes. Like, isn't it hilarious that Paris finds Rory's grandfather hot? No, no, that's not funny. It's not funny. I want Paris to attack meta narratives. I want Paris to be this postmodern time bomb and just explode all over everyone and not care who's in her way or how many casualties befell her tirade. I love Paris, and I think that this season is just kind of insulting to this character who I saw beautifully designed and composed throughout the first three seasons being limited and marginalized to, yes, a Kirk or a Michelle kind of character device, or no, a character type. Speaking of time bomb, though, let's talk about Lane. I do love that we see Lane in the first season skanking in Rory's room to Rancid's Time Bomb. Black coat, black shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. The boy's a time bomb. That's how he sings, trust me, look it up. But I love the song, and I love the image of Lane skanking rebelliously in the most innocent possible form of rebellion ever, skanking to Time Bomb in Rory's room when they were like 16 or 17. And then in this season, I think you see the culmination of that with her on a stage at a rock club, living her dream, big old smile on her face. Sebastian Bach's in the fucking band now. The front man's name is Zach because that's what cool people are named. I miss Adam Brody a lot, but regardless, she's on that stage and they're playing Time Bomb. They're playing Black Coat, Black Shoes, Black Hat, Cadillac, yeah. The boy's a Time Bomb. And she just seems so fucking happy. Lane, I thought, got a lot more to do this season. Well, maybe not like a lot more to do. Lane had some interesting things to do this season. Like in season three, I think was her at her most gripping for me, but that might be primarily because I think Adam Brody is a brilliant actor, and Dave was a purely delightful character, and the chemistry that Lane and Dave expressed and had is just one of a kind. I thought it was pretty top notch, and I loved seeing them together. This season, we see the tear, the final breakaway, Lane being kicked out of her house. By her abusive, shockingly abusive mother. Another situation that's just played for laughs instead of integrity, but they try to have their cake and eat it too with this situation here because they're like, but don't you see Lane's mother is a great person? And I'm like, no, 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 no. I said this on the last season analysis as well. After like 50 episodes or so, believe it or not, child abuse loses all of its charms. I know it's difficult to really believe, but it's a fact. I don't like Mrs. Kim. I think she's a fucking bitch, and I would punch her in the face if I had a chance. Lane is probably like one of the most like preciously rebellious like teenagers ever, and she should have been able to fucking live her life, date cute boys like Adam Brody without having to hide everything, express herself, find herself without this religious and cultural indoctrination, brainwashing. It was ridiculous. So I don't care that her mother comes back at the last minute to be like, I'm just imagining your new roommates are girls and we're going to, like, I don't know, clean your new apartment. Fuck you. Fuck you. Lane is too good for that. This show is too good for that. Come on. I don't care about like cultural differences when it comes to, okay, if a defining facet of your culture is being like psychologically tormented, like tormenting your kids, Then lose that. Fucking lose it and shame it if you're going to show it in a television show. And definitely don't humanize it. And certainly don't make so many fucking jokes about it. Just ceaseless. Lane also deserved better. Lane and Paris deserved a lot better. Paris, I just wish she was just more complicated, more rich, more detailed. Because, yeah, I felt like every scene with her, like, she's funny. Liza Weil has extraordinary comedic timing, but I felt like every scene with her, it was like a scene with Michelle or Kirk. It was just a scene of comedy. Don't examine it too thoroughly. It's just Paris being fucking mean with no interiority, not really. Not when I don't take this Michael York relationship seriously at all, because I think it's unfounded, and I think it's another thing that's kind of crippling her character development here. First three seasons of Paris Geller is perfect. She is still my favorite character. Ride or fucking die, Paris Geller gang, rise up. But season four is an insult to Paris Geller and to me. Let's talk about where it gets brilliant, shall we? Brilliantly aggravating. Okay, season four. Is it a good season? Hmm. Yes. 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 That was pretty difficult to say because I'm not really sure if it even wants to be brilliant. I think it wants to be good television, you know. I don't know if it wants to be brilliant, but it's fucking brilliant. Let's talk about deliberate aggravation, shall we? I said at the end of the last season that I feel like the screwball comedy framework that Gilmore Girls was born of is kind of limiting and restricting, holding a lot of characters and situations back from reaching a truly dramatic and emotional potential. And I said, what they're going to have to do, they're going to have to abandon that or deconstruct it or destroy the frameworks of it. If they're going to continue in this screwball comedy direction, it's just it's a huge design flaw and the show will cave in on itself. I also did say that Amy Sherman Palladino, the showrunner, is definitely a lot smarter than me, and she proved that to me here. Because she just kept going in the same fucking direction, right? She kept going into screwball comedy. So let's try to break this down. Let me refer to my notes here. Uh, season four. At the end of season four, one of Paris and Rory's roommates introduces her boyfriend, and he only speaks in like he lost a bet, so he only speaks in cliches, like lips that touch wine are no friend of mine, eye roll inducing cliches. Um, I felt like season four also lost a bet and it spoke only in cliches. In fact, it may be in defense of them. Luke and Jess both read and study and learn from self help books about love. Those god awful tomes full of cliches, and they learn from them and they act them out. With Jess, it's partly an attempt for the screwball comedy, for that kind of more wholesome philosophical framework of Gilmore Girls to domesticate the truthful rebel. Guess what backfires in his face? Because Rory is on a different wavelength, but we're saving that queen for last. Let's talk about Luke and Lorelai, because we finally saw them kiss. We finally saw them date, and whoa, whoa. That was in the final episode, so I'm saying in the final episode, it made like so many things right. And I got teary-eyed because they did it so right. They're like just because he's the one who goes in for the first kiss, and she's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Can you just stand still?" And they kiss, and they part, and then Lorelai goes in, and then now he moves back, and she goes, "Can you just stand still?" And it's fucking perfect. My hand reenactments don't do it justice. Trust me. If you're a Gilmore Girls fan, I'm sure it's burned into your memory in a really good way, as if like written in your brain like lightning. I loved that moment so much. But in that moment, Luke is really upset because Jason Stiles is there. And Jason just told Luke that, like, yeah, we're dating, so blah, blah, blah. And Luke is like, what? I finally listened to the books. I finally went up and expressed myself in actions. I no longer treat uh, affirmations of intimacy and attraction as currency to be paid back or in full or owed. He's like, I read these books. I read the books on cliches. I did everything they said. I did everything my arc as a character demanded. I did everything our arc demanded, everything the meta narrative predetermined. I did everything that the cliches told me to do, and it's supposed to be working. And guess what? The cliches worked. Jason Stiles is played by Chris Eigeman, and that was such a treat, such a lovely surprise. I love Chris Eigeman, and I haven't loved him for too long, to be honest. Just in the last year, I finally saw for the first time the Whit Stillman masterpieces, Metropolitan, Barcelona, and The Last Days of Disco. All three of those are some of my new favorite films, and Chris Eigeman is possibly the best parts of almost all of them, right? He's definitely the best part of Metropolitan and the best part of Barcelona, but Kate Beckinsale is really too hot for Chris Eigeman to be the best part of The Last Days of Disco, and I'm sure Chris Eigeman would understand my apprehension to giving him that title. But Chris Eigeman is always fascinating in Whit Stillman films. Incredible actor, and also Whit Stillman. Um, you may think that Gilmore Girls demands a lot of fast talking, a lot of rapid speed, rapid fire dialogue. But you ain't seen nothing until you've seen a well-written Whit Stillman conversation, okay? Uh, if there's anyone who can step up to Lauren Graham, to Lorelai Gilmore at her fastest, at her wittiest, at her most acerbic, I can't even speak. If there's anyone who could stand up to Lauren Graham at her most fast talking, most acerbic, most hyper articulate in the use of the most flowery language possible, it is Chris Eigeman. It is the muse of Whit Stillman. Chris Eigeman meets Miss Graham on every single level. And boom, 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 he's right there. And it's like, wow, Gilmore Girls have finally met their match in the form of possibly the best orator, the best performer of Whit Stillman dialogue, which is also incredibly rapid fire while trying to express worlds of emotion and metaphor and postmodern concepts. Chris Eigeman is great in this show. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop though, because I didn't like he doesn't thing about Chris Eigeman is that there's always and I think Whit Stillman exploited this and Gilmore Girls honestly didn't. Uh, there's always something untrustworthy about his mannerisms, about his demeanor, about his presence. There's something that is angsty, like angst eternal, and also something that is kind of duplicitous in his nature when it comes to characterization and acting. And I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm like, so when's Jason gonna turn into like a backstabbing psychopath or an obsessive or something weird? And he never really did. I do have complaints with that character in that it feels like a weird it's not a lost opportunity because they certainly capitalized on a lot of the strengths that Chris Eigeman has as an actor, and I did appreciate, Lauren Graham and Chris Eigeman together. They have an interesting chemistry. I wouldn't call it a romantic chemistry, but I would call it definitely an artful one, so I liked seeing them together, but I wanted there to be, something a bit more disagreeable, a bit more uh just fucking mean about Digger Styles. I wanted Chris Eigeman's performance to be a lot more pompous and a lot more two-faced because I feel like that's in his character, like and selfishness. Like every character Chris Eigeman plays perfectly is a pretty selfish and angsty and truthful one. That's the balancing act you have to do with a good Chris Eigeman role, which I guess only Whit Stillman can write. Jason Stiles is like is not an okay character. If he wasn't played by Chris Eigeman, I wouldn't be talking about him at all right now because it's just a pointless one. It the corporate warfare and like the casual deceit and treachery from Richard Gilmore and as a new business partner Jason Stiles, like that really doesn't open up too many doors for me to analyze because It's just dumb. And like Lorelai Gilmore continues to be incredibly selfish, turning that entire situation into her and her relationship. Like that kind of stuff is just still irritating to me. So even if I were to analyze the corporate warfare, it would just have to lead back to a very selfish position that the show has taken involving its protagonists. And with Lorelai, it just is just uninteresting. I loved seeing Chris Eigeman. I thought he did a really great performance, but I thought the character was lacking some essential qualities to make the character at all gripping because he wasn't in the end. Emily Gilmore is still like low key my second favorite character for sure. I love her to death. Paris Geller and Emily Gilmore for life, certainly. Let's talk about Rory because someone just woke up, okay? Someone just arrived to teen drama, and her name's Rory fucking Gilmore. The show did something radical. And I mean radical in an extremist way. I mean radical in a bonkers fashion. It had Rory do something intensely disagreeable, and it was plotted so well. She loses her virginity. She sleeps with Dean. Dean, a married man, got married this season. We even see Rory crying unseen at his wedding. We see mostly with Luke as an as accompaniment for this proxy for viewer. Um, Dean is often talking about Rory and kind of embarrassed and ashamed for doing so, and Luke is there each time. I mean, like I said, as us, as a viewer stand-in. So we know something's weird there. Jess shows up a few times. Love seeing Milo. Very cute kid and uh, great performance. Great performance. Before I get into what I want to get into with Rory, just a side note, it's one thing to see Lorelai and Luke finally kiss, which is amazing. And it's almost equally as amazing to see Luke and Jess finally look each other in the eyes and be like, I'm thankful you're in my life and I like you. That's a huge moment too, and I'm glad we got it. But Jess shows up and bears his all to Rory, tells her that he loves her. Come away with me. I don't know where. Let's just go on a beautiful Dharma Bums type romantic adventure excursion. Please, let's do this. And Dean's there when this happens. She turns Jess down. It's a truly idiotic move, but it's just the appetizer. The main course is the fact that she sleeps with Dean, and Dean is married. And she seems proud about it up until, I mean, the season ends with her crying, but her denial, like she seems proud. Lindsay is not right for Dean. I'm right to have done this, Mom. Fuck off, Mom. And he wants me. He took his wedding ring off. Whatever. It is such a disagreeable thing. And the look of shame and shock and sadness on on Lorelai's face is I could surrender to the performances of the two leads in the final few minutes of this season. It's it's of a caliber that I haven't seen yet on this show. It's extraordinarily well done. Alexis Bledel, Lauren Graham in the final few minutes of this show remind me that I don't know Gilmore Girls as well as I think I do. This show loves its two leads. It thinks that Lorelai is a fucking superhero. And up until then, it thought Rory was too. Or it at least thought that it did a good job of making me believe that she was infallible. But she's not. Now, is this a reason to hate Rory? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Do I hate her? No, I'm thrilled by this. I love that this happened. This is perfect. I was getting worried because Jess, the wrecking ball of the show, is hardly in it. Who needs Jess when you have Rory when she's horny? She just leveled the entire Stars Hollow moral framework, the ethical scope of Gilmore Girls that I thought was a bit leaning towards puritanical, and I kind of still do, is being challenged by its its paragon of virtue, Rory Gilmore. And that's incredible to see. And look, I would never do it. You know, you don't sleep with someone's wife, you don't sleep with someone's husband. Um, Something I wouldn't do either is ever fucking get married as a teenager. That was an equally idiotic decision. And Dean is definitely an unhappy person. Rory is an incredibly selfish one because she's still growing up. Dean is also selfish. Let's not let him off of the betrayal part of this, you know? Boredom can only justify so much, and it certainly can't justify cheating. I don't hate either of them. Can you hate Rory? Yes. Should you hate Rory? That's what's interesting, right? What does Gilmore Girls think you should do? Like, does Gilmore Girls think you should hate her for this? Even though she does realize that what she did was awful in the final seconds of the show where she cries outside when she calls Dean and Lindsay answers and she hears her voice and she breaks down. You know, like this is like Gilmore Girls has given us a moral framework here. Remember when, and I got really pissed off about this in my last analysis video, when Lorelai overhears Paris telling Rory that she lost her virginity to Jamie, and then she also hears that Rory is still a virgin at that point. And then Lorelai literally says to herself, "I have the good kid," and I wanted to yank her by the fucking throat, choke her through my television screen because that's so puritanical. You have a good kid because Paris had sex with a boy once. I thought that was really weird, and I thought that it was adjusting to a rather warped and very conservative ethical lens that I didn't really think fit in with the certain kind of radical feminist core that this show really does have at its best, at its most inspired. That framework is now being attacked. Stars Hollow is being attacked. The screwball comedy is being attacked by its symbol, by its by the symbol of its living poetry, by Rory Gilmore. And now, Lorelai, do you still think you have the good kid? And this is all deliberate. This isn't me outsmarting the show and being like, aha, you fucking contradicted yourself. No, this is planned out. Let me remind you, showrunner Amy Sherman Palladino, a lot smarter than your cult boyfriend. Trust me, I know this. This is so well done. It's so well done because it's an ethical dilemma with an easy. It's easy to choose whose side to be on here, and it's not Rory's. It's not Rory's because you should also honestly be mad that Rory said no to Jess. And you should also project onto this situation with Dean, her being furious at Jess's wild sense of romantic freedom and Rory's cowardice to go with him. You know, you should project some of that there because Jess and Rory, and I'm sure the showrunners see this, everyone, it's impossible, it's unavoidable. Jess and Rory have amazing chemistry. The best chemistry on the show will always be between Milo and Alexis. It's amazing chemistry. And you should you should be worried about her right then and there when she says no to Jess. You're like, she's not thinking right. There's something she's having a breakdown of character, a breakdown of archetype. I wanted the show to destroy certain parts of the screwball comedy framework because I thought it was holding it back. Well, it took an entire 22 more episodes to get there, but my God, in the final 15 minutes of the series, of the season finale of 4, really put Rory Gilmore in a bad, bad light, a bad corner, a bad place. And Alexis Bledel committed to it so well. And Lauren Graham committed to it even further. I can't get that look of shock and disappointment. And it was true, right? Because we know the moral landscape of Lorelai Gilmore. It's reflective of the transparent one that Stars Hollow has. What Rory and Dean did is an unforgivable act in Stars Hollow. Um, and for a lot of us in the real world, I mean, this is incredibly selfish. I've said it since the beginning, and it's cool to see that with Rory, that those selfish qualities, they aren't just being championed anymore. Now it's beyond being weaponized. A time bomb's been detonated. Like it was set, it was wired in the episode of season 4 when they first run into each other, and Dean's like, "I'm getting married today." That's when the bomb was set, and it was just ticking down. We even got time bomb. We had these references to time bombs, to explosions, to dry spells, and it exploded, didn't it? And I don't think that the screwball comedy framework can survive this kind of blast. All right, what Rory did was insane, and I am thrilled. Thank God, Rory, you ruled this season by being completely sucky. Okay? I'm so happy about that. Guys, guys, season 4 is good and it's bad. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Liar. Paris Geller deserves dignity. Season 5 better have a well considered, thought out, and plotted, and detailed, um, multifaceted arc for Paris, or else I'll fucking get really mad. Um, but Rory Gilmore, it's like we were watching like the origin, like the evolution of a television villain here, and like it all makes sense, all these like micro punishments that Rory was seeing, these microaggressions from college, people being kind of rude to her, people being kind of dismissive, her dry spell, her failure, her romantic failings, like all of these little things were building up to a moment, to an explosion with Dean, and a huge betrayal, the biggest betrayal that we've seen thus far on Gilmore Girls. And Rory was like so defiant, so self-righteous, in the face of her mother's shock and awe. Like Rory Gilmore. This was a great season of television because by the end of it, you realize that Rory Gilmore was the antagonist of the entire season. And then you look at that narrative and you go, I see it. I see it, and that's so cool. Rory Gilmore was a great villain. She did so well this season. I was thrilled by her, and I was surprised by her. Good stuff. Really good stuff, actually, the more that I think about it. The most aggravating thing to watch, because yeah, it's 21 and a half episodes of build up until Alexis Bledel finally fucking just turns and Rory Gilmore becomes the screwball comedy villain I didn't even know was possible. It's a great postmodern season of television. I think that's it for now. I'll be back to talk about season 5. Who the fuck knows where we're going? I'm always wrong when it comes to my predictions about Gilmore Girls, right? I'm always right in my analysis. My insight's always top notch, but I can never gauge where we're going because Amy Sherman Palladino is a fascinating creator, writer, and showrunner, and who the fuck knows where we're going? Does she even want to make brilliant television, or is that just like a byproduct of making watchable TV within a certain kind of context? Like, I don't know. She's really fascinating, and I can't wait to discuss her more with you guys. Thank you for watching. Definitely, I'm your cult boyfriend, and yeah, thank you for watching my video. It really means a lot. Thank you. Where you lead, I will follow anywhere that you tell me to. If you need, fuck, dude, I don't know if I liked season five, but I'm your cult boyfriend. We're talking about season five of Gilmore Girls today, so let's just jump into it, bro. There aren't many interesting things to talk about with this season, not really. I think that the most interesting stuff is dealt with pretty quickly, to be honest. I was thrilled by the ending of season four, where Rory turned into an actual villain, an actual supervillain, and slept with Dean, who was married. I thought that was incredible. So I was like, I can't wait to see how that's going to affect Stars Hollow because I think that's a direct attack on the um, oddly moralistic frameworks of the screwball comedy that Stars Hollow represents. I was excited to see what kind of changes that would bring, and it did bring him like for a little while. And we do Here's the biggest flaw with season five is that, I mean, and Gilmore Girls has done this since the beginning. It wants to have its cake and it wants to eat it too. And I'm sick of feeding this fucking show. It went over the line this time in a lot of different ways, and it's all like due to that design flaw. Um, for instance, it's no longer a screwball comedy when Dean is gaslighting Lindsay, his wife, and she's desperately trying to make him like a meal that he likes, and try to like it's so sad, like trying to be a good wife for this guy who just has like fucking Rory Gilmore pussy on the brain. It's disgusting and it's kind of cruel and it's real, right? It's fucking real. It's not this goofy, silly bullshit of, the screwball comedy. It's in a different realm. It's in a very real and palpable, nearly visceral and confrontational realm when we deal with Dean at the beginning of the season. Where the show likes to have its cake and eat it too, is that it likes to try to snap back like immediately and like do some stupid fucking joke that doesn't play anymore because my heart is breaking over this girl named Lindsay who's maybe had five lines in the entire series, like being gaslit and screamed at for going through her husband's phone who's clearly fucking around on her. It's really fucking crazy. Like that's good stuff. Like I want more of that. To be fair, I don't want I want the show not to think that it can get away with anything. I want it to take a fucking loss every once in a while. I don't want it to think that I don't want the show to behave in a way that's like um almost non-committal when it comes to true dramatic elements. I don't want it to non-committally be like, aren't Rory and Dean like fucking bad? And then in the very next episode, the status quo almost feels like it's back in place, and everyone's just honky fucking dory about every situation. It's fucking dumb, and I think that's like, come on, take a loss. It's fine if everyone hates Dean and Rory. I think it's preferable, but the show doesn't want to go down that route. But Dean is the most interesting part of this season, and Luke is as well. There's Hmm. Amy Sherman Palladino, I would call this her least brilliant and thoughtful season so far, season five. There's not a whole lot of integrity to it, at least like a postmodern integrity. Meta narratives are being acknowledged and challenged, but it's almost become a trope of the show at this point. It's not really trying to do anything kind of like demonstrably innovative or unique, which the first four seasons definitely did. And I think that the first three seasons are total triumphs, and season four is a brilliant piece of postmodern television that is very aggravating to watch. Because it's deliberately screwing with the viewer the entire time you're watching season four. Season five is just not a whole lot of cool ideas in it, just to be as frank as possible. not a whole lot of cool ideas in it. The coolest idea, though, comes later in the season after Dean and Rory had broken up. Dean and Rory break up because Dean sees how comfortable Rory is within um the it was in the Logan clique. It was in this ultra rich Yale clique that Dean is desperately uninvolved with. He's not a part of. He's not invited. He's an outcast when it comes to the ultra rich, which just to me means he has dignity and integrity in a large way. Rory is so grossly attracted to absurd wealth. Is that a Velasquez? You know, like all this stupid shit, like just obsessed with money, obsessed with status, obsessed with culture. Lorelai rejected her parents' wealth largely. I mean I mean she really did, to be honest. If we can be incredibly charitable to Lorelai, I think that the most punk rock and rebellious thing she ever did was reject the world that her parents came from, to find a more authentic one that is just completely personified within someone like Luke Danes, you know, someone who is rugged and has integrity and thinks for himself and doesn't bow down to an unseen panel of powerful judges, you know? Like, these are people who live for authenticity through eccentricity. Like that's what Lorelai is all about. And Luke. And Lorelai thought she raised Rory in the same sort of rebellious spirit, which is a truthful spirit. But she didn't. Rory is literally like the villain of Gilmore Girls. It's just been an origin story up until the end of season 4, and now you're able to see it a lot more clearly. Rory wants so desperately to be involved in this high society. Oh my God, she strikes me as the fucking mega bitch of all time, dude. Like, I could not be around this chick anymore. She's awful. Wonderful performance by Alexis Bledel. And she, she betrays her mother, stabs her mother in the back, man. My God, she's the most selfish fucking creature on the planet. I mean, and I love it. I do love Rory. I do love um how Rory has been villainized in a really nuanced way, in a way that's like I think that five viewers can watch the same character and all come away with different feelings and like ranging the entire spectrum, you know. On the farthest end, there's someone who thinks she's the devil, and then the direct opposite of that is someone who watches it and thinks she's angelic. I think that both are valid reactions, but I think that the only true takeaway from Rory Gilmore in season 5 is that she's just a spoiled fucking brat with almost no redeeming qualities at all. Oh my God, I kind of hate her. I kind of hate Rory Gilmore. Lorelai also irritates me. She's incredibly selfish too, but Luke makes her so much better. I love the two of them together. That Cliff hanged on Lorelai asking Luke to marry her after she had been betrayed by Rory, like unforgivably so. Like for the sake of wealth and spoiled laziness, like I fucking hate Rory, dude. Like it's so ridiculous. But Dean, after they break up, he returns where Luke is desperately trying to purchase like like an old historical house, like right in the center of Stars Hollow. Is trying to purchase it from Taylor, and I forget exactly why Dean's around. I think Dean's just around to help remodel it or make it into like a museum at first, because it's a long game, okay? Because Luke is desperately trying to buy this old house right in the center of town, clearly trying to buy it for Lorelai, for like maybe possibly even like a future family, just like you know, a, a huge expression of his love and like a giant symbol of their love, which is symbolic of Stars Hollow, which of course is within the frameworks of the screwball comedy, but it champions the screwball comedy. That's what Stars Hollow does, relentlessly. Dean said some pretty amazing stuff to Luke. Goes up to him and he's like, "Go back to your girlfriend while you still got her. Because you and me, we're the same." And this is what I believe Dean is saying. This is where Amy Sherman Palladino's postmodern genius makes itself visible, pokes its head up once more, and I go, "Fucking there you are, there you are. This is so cool." Dean basically says to Luke that you and I are the same archetype. We mean the same thing, just for two different women from two different generations. We mean the same thing. We are Stars Hollow. We are symbolic of Stars Hollow. You and I are both, on paper, rather unimpressive, but we have this sort of down to earth attraction that makes us kind of handsome and more masculine than the others. But what we are stepping stones, right? Because Dean didn't want Dean. Hell, she didn't even want Jess. She apparently wanted someone like Logan Huntsberger. She wanted someone extremely wealthy, an incredibly fortunate son. And Luke secretly knows this because Luke, this season, has been trying to, well, ingratiate, get incorporated within the Gilmore family, and the family have been so, like, classist to him at every turn, just ridiculing him and humiliating him. Emily actively tries to break them up, and she does break them up for a little while too. Like, it's terrible for Luke. Luke is seeing what Dean was seeing this season. It's just that Lorelai is a lot is a much better human being than Rory at this point. And I still love Rory, don't get me wrong. But Luke is seeing all this and he's trying to reject those ideas. He's trying to resist resist what he sees as the truth of the relationship. And it's that he doesn't belong. It's that he can't do it. It's that he's not good enough. It's that he is a stepping stone. It's that he is Stars Hollow. And these girls don't want Stars Hollow. Or they're destined for something more than Stars Hollow. And Dean and Luke are representative of Stars Hollow. They will never leave Stars Hollow. They represent something that is safe and that is rebellious and that is uncultured. They represent something pure, but I guess ultra modern women don't want that, right? Not really. And if we consider Stars Hollow as the frameworks of the screwball comedy, that's not actually what women want. It's not, I guess, what modern television wants either. T Viewers don't want Stars Hollow, not really. They want to break out of it. They want to go to something more edgy, something more dangerous, maybe even more erotic. They don't want Stars Hollow. They don't want Dean and they don't want Luke. And people will have their hearts broken because that's just the rules of the game. That's all it is. Nothing, well, I would say nothing personal, but everything about it is personal. It's a very cruel kind of game. And when Dean is saying like you and me are the same, we are the same archetype, we are the same symbol, we are Stars Hollow, and we're both fucked. You know, my heart's broken, yours will be. You know it. Luke gives him he's visibly um affected, like tormented by what the kid just said, and that's where that episode ends. And it's such a good moment, and I'm really impressed by Amy Sherman Palladino's writing there. I mean, and that concept is further explored. It's explored through both Dean and Luke this season. It's just that Dean is a lot faster to jump the gun on it, um, because Rory really doesn't give him too many options. He sees how Rory is behaving with Logan and how um, I would say how perfectly she fits into that ultra rich kind of level of youth culture, of youth society. But there's also something that Dean sees that we as the viewers see as well, how desperately Rory wants to fit into that class, into that system. Like she's saying, please stratify me, daddy. Like Rory is I think Dean sees that too. Like they have different goals, different wants, and different beliefs, and Rory's belief system is so tragic that it's just spoiled and selfish and narcissistic to the core, and Dean gets out of that. Dean still sucks, but I mean, I do largely think he was seduced out of his marriage. I don't think he should have gotten married at 19. But I don't think Lindsay deserved any of the gaslighting and abuse. I know that Dean was lashing out on shit because like nothing was making sense to him. And Rory, you go to Yale, bitch. Like you know, you have to be smart enough to know that you are his vulnerability. Like you are Dean's flaw, like probably the only one that he has, and you exploited it, and then fucking you left him. You exploded that boy, and you left him to pick up his own debris. You were so selfish. Like Dean was an asshole, but he we're looking at like the destroyed room of the archetype of the first love. And Gilmore Girls doesn't take any prisoners there, but it loves to have its cake and eat it too, because gee, aren't Rory and Logan just adorable? I like Logan, by the way. I like these rich kid stories. I feel like Gilmore Girls does a lot of interesting things with them. I think Logan, I feel like I'm getting some of what I would have got had Chad Michael Murray's Tristan Dugray stayed on. I feel like I'm getting some of what I would have seen from a more fleshed out storyline from Tristan through Logan, and it's interesting. It is interesting. I don't hate Logan at all. I think that the actor is incredibly charming. I think he's a handsome kid, and I like them. I like them together. They look good together, and I like what they're going for. And I like that I find it so disagreeable, and I like that I think it was designed to be disagreeable to certain kinds of mindsets. And that's really cool. That's the coolest thing about Gilmore Girls is that it's almost impossible to offer like a moral dilemma where there's equal measure given to either side of that kind of questionable binary. But with Gilmore Girls, it's really like it's there. It's really easy to like pick a side, and like the narrative doesn't really condemn anyone because because I mean Amy Sherman Palladino is a really good fucking writer. Like I don't know how else to put it. She's a great designer and a perfect showrunner here. I just think that season 5, it's not that's it. Every cool idea I just said, those are all the cool ideas. All the cool ideas are dealt with Dean and Luke, and that doesn't make up a lot of the season. It makes up like a sliver of a fraction. Um, the rest of it's really vacant. I mean, gosh, how far are we into this video? And I haven't even brought up my dream girl at all. You might ask, why haven't you brought up Paris Geller, your cult boyfriend? You're obsessed with her. Well, you could almost forget she's even here. I'm lying. You can't forget she's in here. She steals the show every time she pops up. But here's the problem. She's in like half of the episodes. I think in most of her episodes, she has one or two lines. She's an afterthought. She's dating Doyle. I like Doyle more than the old bag of bones from the previous season, who thank God is dead now. Doyle, I like the actor from Buffy quite a bit. I'm not saying that I don't like Paris and Doyle together. I just don't like the way that it's handled. Like I know that Gilmore Girls is a comedy and it's very funny, and Liza Weil is probably one of the funniest people on the show. But the first 3 seasons, come on, guys. Liza Weil got to be hilarious and heartbreaking. She's better at being heartbreaking, guys. Come on. I'm watching Kirk when I'm watching Paris. I'm watching Michelle when I'm watching Paris. I should be watching Paris Geller. What happened to her? Like it's not completely a Kirk character, right? But come on, there's only I think one or two good episodes here with emotion from Paris. Um, one of them is Doyle's sick in her bed and she calls up her nanny to take care of him because sick people freak her out, which I'm relaying that. that scenario to you, and it sounds like an absurd sort of Kirk storyline. I understand, but Liza Weil is such an incredible actor, and I think understands Paris so deeply that she's able to bring out a lot of tenderness in the ways that she not only looks at her nanny, person who cared for her entire life, but also at Doyle and the idea of commitment. And like there's good emotion there. Another great Paris moment this season is it's her funniest episode, not necessarily her most like emotional. Um but when both both Paris and Rory are having guy problems. Rory hasn't heard from Logan in a few days, and Paris likewise has not heard from Doyle, and they go to Stars Hollow, where Lane is having problems with Zach. Don't know how. All Zacks are fucking perfect, Lane. I'm sorry. You just got a rotten apple there. But Paris ends up drunk in the middle of the street, screaming for 50 cents to use a payphone so she could call Doyle and like making like raspberry like fuck you. Well, she doesn't say that obviously, but she was like 50 cents. Come on, you want 50? I can't do it. I can't do a Paris Geller impression, you know. I don't want to fly that close to the sun. But she's really funny there. There's nothing to her. And it was the same in season four. All right, it was the same in season four. The first three seasons of Paris Geller were like so touching and hilarious. Like I get that it's a comedy. I get it. I perfectly understand that, but there was so much interiority. They were doing so many deconstructionist and postmodern things and powerful artistic things, artful things through Paris Geller, through Liza Weil in the first three seasons, and now for the last two, for seasons four and five, she's been fucking Kirk 2.0. Hell, when she goes and stays at Stars Hollow for a few days, and Kirk's actually at the Gilmore residence sleeping on the couch. If you ask me, they offer the same amount of fucking. They're the same function now. It's just absurdly funny. I want. Do you remember when Paris Geller was crying about like what will Jamie do when I tell him I can't go to Yale? Like she is not the same Paris Geller who went to Chilton. All right, Paris Geller was a character who had the capacity to break me down into a million fucking pieces. You know, like I could get really sappy over over Paris Geller in the first three seasons because I thought that she wasn't like only hilarious, like she was hilarious, but I thought far more than that, she was surprisingly tender and the most sensitive character on the whole show, semi-secretly. But now it's just a it's the Kirk of Yale. Wonder what she's up to. What silly hijinks is she into now? Listening to Mahler and just, dude, fuck off. Having gross Doyle sex. I don't care. I want good Paris. My God, still my favorite character. Um, the brightest part of every Gilmore Girls episode is still whenever Paris makes an appearance. I think that Liza Weil is like particularly like she's Paris Weil. I'm losing my mind. Liza Weil in season five of Gilmore Girls, really fucking hot, guys. Like I don't care, she's really hot in season five. So so yeah, I mean, I guess on that primal level, fucking loved seeing her, but I just, oh my God, I want, dude, okay, like I got teary-eyed in the first three seasons. Now I can't imagine that ever happening. I can't. I don't. Show lost it. Paris has become a caricature of herself. The show is becoming a caricature of itself. It's searching for a former clarity. It's so fucking bizarre. Like, it's not good anymore. There aren't enough good ideas to keep it afloat, and yet I feel like Gilmore Girls is like, I think there's an arrogant kind of level to the composition where it doesn't think it has to prove anything to anyone anymore. And I'm like, guys, you got too fucking comfortable. You got too comfortable. Also, there was no Jess this season, and that's very disagreeable to my sensibilities. I like Jess a lot. But Dean, Jared Padalecki, really stepped up his game. Great performance from him this season. He might be I think he is like the MVP of season 5. Honestly, the most interesting elements are done through him and also the most unforgiving ones. Like the show is kind of more unforgiving to Dean without losing its sympathy or its sensitive um kind of design elements. Its sensitive treatment of Dean is still apparent, is still visible and able to be interacted with, but so is the kind of sinister gaslighty qualities of Dean. Those are there too. Like Dean was great this season. All right. If only every other character were that great. I would say Dean was great this season. I would say Rory was a good character this season. Like I don't like her, but I don't think I think I'm being asked whether or not I do. I don't think that's a flaw of the show. I think that Rory is deliberately written to be disagreeable right now. And I thought Alexis Bledel did wonderfully. I thought that Lorelai is mostly boring, but she's more likable in this season than she has been in the previous ones. Luke is always very, very likable. I like Luke no matter what he does. I think he's very good. Scott Patterson is an incredible actor. Sookie, man, I forget what she's so I don't care at all. Lane, don't care as much either. Um, the Zach thing, I don't. Every time you see Zach, though, you're just reminded that Adam Brody is on the OC, and it kind of sucks. What's interesting about the whole homewrecker Rory thing too is that she's hyper protective over relationships in her own life. Like in the start of the season, like when Emily and Richard have problems, she takes that so personally and gets so mad about it and tries to fix them. She's so protective over Luke and Lorelai and threatens Christopher, her father, to stay away or else you're fucking dead to me. Like she is so comfortable destroying Lindsay's life, destroying Dean's life, wrecking their home. She's so comfortable being a home wrecker, but it better not happen to her. And that's crazy. That's good. That's good shit. Yeah, it's an iconic irony that Rory Gilmore has, and I'm down with that. Greg Henry plays Logan's dad. His mom is the problematic hot teacher from the first season of Dawson's Creek too. But Greg Henry in particular is a big Brian De Palma actor. He's a big TV actor, but I know him really well from like Body Double and stuff, the De Palma films. Greg Henry is always great, and he was great as Logan's dad. Emily is still low key my second favorite character. She's fine. Um, I guess it's supposed to be funny that the Gilmore servants are so petrified of losing their jobs that they shake uncontrollably when they're spoken to, but I hate that shit. Okay, it's been like 5 seasons. It started off being really funny, the way that Emily was so cavalier about just abusing and firing her servants, but it's been like what coming up on 100 episodes, right? Has it been 100 episodes? I don't even know. It's been so many hours of watching these ultra rich people just cruelly abuse and fire their servants, their fucking slaves, and they don't even get like they get names, but the whole point is they keep forgetting the names, and you shouldn't even learn the names because they never stick around anyway. These people are dehumanized. They dehumanize people for comedy. They are prop comedy. Prop comedy at its worst is about dehumanizing a servant class, which is what Gilmore Girls does. So I don't know if like Gilmore Girls. No, I don't think so because Lorelai and Luke, I think they embody like wealth doesn't make you an intrinsically good person. Be be truthful to something, stand for something that money can't buy necessarily. Whereas like Emily and Richard and definitely Rory and Logan now, they're all about that elitist lifestyle. And it's written in such a wonderful way that Gilmore Girls doesn't give you like some sort of crazy moral binary with that. You can fall on either side. It's just Yeah, 100 episodes of dehumanizing a wait staff for laughs is like just like how they kept playing up Lane's mother's psychotic abuse of her and control of her for laughs for the longest time. A joke is a really good joke, right? Jokes are great. Jokes are funny fucking things. That's what a joke is. What are you saying, your cult boyfriend? Fucking spit it out. Um, the problem though is that a lot of jokes are funny because they're unexpected and offensive and confrontational. But when you keep that joke ongoing, at about hundreds of hours into that same joke, you're like, okay, this is cruel now. I want the servants to fucking cut their masters' throats in the middle of the night. I want them to kill their masters, okay? And Lane's mom is on a bit of a redemption arc now, trying to manage the band. Want her to get punched in the face still. Like, I don't forget, okay? What I want more than anything, though, is I want Paris Geller to be Paris Geller again. Because she's really funny, but that's not all Paris was. Paris was so much more than that for me, and I think for a lot of other people too. She's got great one-liners, great put-downs, great insults, great comebacks. But what about great moments, man? Like, she had so many of those in the first three seasons. I'm very, very disappointed in the fifth season. But Jared Padalecki and Alexis Bledel and Scott Patterson, all three of them did incredible work this season. Jared Padalecki maybe did the most interesting work of all of them. I was very impressed by Dean this season. Wasn't in it too much, but he made the most of what he had, and I think that Gilmore Girls season 5 expressed its most interesting and their coolest ideas through Dean in season 5. So I'll be here in a week to talk about season 6. Hopefully, I'm saying nicer things, and hopefully this show can save itself because I don't think so. I don't think it can. I think it's too confident. I think it's too confident in this direction, which is kind of bugging me. But I'm not hating the experience yet, so there's that. Thank you for watching me. I'm your cult boyfriend. In the comments, leave your thoughts about this season. And like I said, I'll be back in a week to talk about the next one, season 6. Keep on keeping on, guys. Firstly, I'd really like to tell you that Amy Sherman Palladino is a genius. Furthermore, I really need to tell you that the first 4 seasons of Gilmore Girls are unquestionably brilliant. I've looked up interviews with Amy Sherman Palladino. She's a fascinating person. It's actually really cool because uh, she is Lorelai, like the real woman, right? Like same thought pattern, the same speech pattern, the same philosophy, the same quirky, acerbic, witty behavior, which makes sense because she created the character of Lorelai Gilmore and wrote her mostly and direct. I mean, Lorelai Gilmore is her creation, and I even heard her say the words that Lorelai Gilmore is more her stream of consciousness, and you can see it completely. So it's really cool seeing interviews. And you can see just how much of herself Amy put into characters like Lorelai Gilmore and shows like Gilmore Girls. And she always has fascinating things to say in these interviews. She speaks of like the rapid fire dialogue that Gilmore Girls is pretty known for. And she talks about how great dialogue has a rhythm, a melody, you know, great dialogue is sonic. Its texturing is sonic, its momentum is sonic, its delivery is sonic. That's what happens when you have great dialogue. And she says that Gilmore Girls always honored the beat. And I love the way she put that. Gilmore Girls always honored the beat. And It definitely always did. I'm not going to argue against that. Also speaks pretty candidly of Gilmore Girls as a dramedy. She seems to emphasize comedy more. And I guess I would say that Gilmore Girls is a comedy forward show. And the largest design flaw of Gilmore Girls is that I think it is semi-secretly just as devoted to those dramatic qualities of its texturing, and it wants to have its cake and eat it too. That's the problem of a dramedy. Dramedies want to have their cake and eat it too. How comedy is having your cake and eating it too, but drama is about taking your losses. It's about taking a loss. And Gilmore Girls seems kind of incapable of doing that. Season 6 of Gilmore Girls was trash. It was a fucking shit show. I hated it. I'm sorry. I think it's garbage. Let's talk about Paris first because Paris is the only thing that ever makes me happy about this show anymore. And I hate the way that she was treated in the sixth season. Paris Geller, I think, is perfect, a perfect character um, who was handled brilliantly during the series, the first three seasons of the show. But seasons 4 and 5, no one fucking cares about her anymore, but me. Also, Rory is a trash human. She got the editing job. She pretended to be Paris's friend. Like, I don't buy her as authentic. I don't buy her as legitimate. I don't believe her. I don't think she's sensitive. I think she's the most insensitive character on this show. And I think that, like, we're supposed to think that it's a great thing that Paris got impeached. It's fucking bullshit. The show doesn't care about Paris anymore. The show doesn't care enough about her to actually experience her ups and downs. These ups and downs happen off screen. With Doyle, both the breakup and the reconciliation, both off screen. Everything is off screen. Even her funniest moments are off screen now. One of them is when Doyle's talking about it. It's when Paris was first impeached as the editor of the Yale Daily News, and Doyle is like, dude, she doesn't sleep anymore. She just does her crafts, and she put on Saw 2 at 3 a.m. last night. And when I woke up to ask her to turn it down, she berated me for being a film snob. That's brilliant. It's also off screen. I love that she stayed on the show for the entire run, but I hate what they've done or haven't done with her. They don't care about Paris enough to even put her best moments on screen. Liza Weil is hilarious, right? She's fucking hilarious and she's hot as fuck, and I love watching her. And I think that Paris is a character who really like entered my heart. Like I'm obsessed with the character. I think that the character was so important, so fascinating, so postmodern, a great postmodern brat for the first three seasons. And like I said, I'm glad that I get to see her still, and I'm glad that they didn't write her out of the show. But at this point in season 6, her best character defining like arc providing moments don't happen on screen. We deliberately leave her. And we don't watch the reconciliation with Doyle. We don't watch the breakup with Doyle. We don't even get most of her funniest jokes. They're told to us like secondhand. The show doesn't even want us to experience the big Paris Geller moments anymore, and that's insane. The best Paris Geller episode this season was early on when she helped out Rory at a Daughters of the American Revolution event as a server, and during a single shift, she became a full blown Marxist screaming at the top of her lungs about killing your masters, fucking eating the rich. That's so great. That's so hilarious. It's so funny. I'm surprised it even happened on screen. The way that season 6 went, they didn't want you to be around Paris. Like, the show doesn't want me to know Paris anymore. This show doesn't even know Paris anymore. This kind of sucks. That kind of just sucked so much. Uh, I've never been this deeply troubled and let down by a show before. Because yeah, I mean, I get Paris. She appears. She steals the show every time she does appear, and yet it's deliberate now. Her her most emotional moments don't happen on screen. We don't get to see them. she's worse than Kirk at this point. They don't even care about her enough to give her like those moments of victory that Kirk so often stumbles into. Paris Geller, I love you to death. You are forever in my heart. You're one of my favorite characters of all time, and Liza Wiles' performance is always top notch, is always so committed, and is always incredibly funny. But it used to be so sensitive and it used to be so tender, and her character used to be handled in a way that was entirely sophisticated and challenged every sort of meta narrative available, redefined what a postmodern brat could be in my book. And ever since, uh, ever since she graduated Chilton, you guys have treated her like some sort of postmodern hoax, um, as a caricature of of the power that I felt you guys took so much time into developing within her archetype. I think you guys suck for that. Amy Sherman Palladino, that's your biggest mistake, and it's almost unforgivable. We're just supposed to be happy for Rory at every turn. Nothing bad could ever fucking happen to this baby-faced girl. And we should be reveling and laughing at Paris for losing her opportunities and not knowing how to be around people because she's so misanthropic that it's a detriment to her like upward mobility, to her progression as a human being. We're supposed to laugh at that and be happy that Rory is getting everything that she ever wanted. And Rory has to, she's not a good friend to Paris. A good friend wouldn't do that. A good friend would be by that person's side until the end and help them change. Rory didn't do that. Rory is a terrible trash human. And the way she treats Paris in this season really illustrates all of the different ways that I hate her, and that this show has a very skewed and fucked up um, idea of what virtue means. Because if these characters are supposed to be acting virtuously, I must just be crazy because I all I see is cowardice. Jess makes a few appearances on the show. Jess, our postmodern wrecking ball, is always a welcome addition to the fold. He didn't do a whole hell of a lot. He just shows up and gets rejected by Rory. That's what Jess does. Nice to see you, Jess. Milo's looking better and better, and that's real chemistry between Rory and Jess. That's real chemistry. So it's always good to see it. So I'll take every opportunity that I can to see Jess on screen. And it was nice seeing him, even though it was kind of dumb. The most interesting part of the entire season was done at the end of episode 13, where Lorelai and Rory had reconciled at this point because they had a falling out at the end of season 5. All of it was Rory's fault, by the way. Lorelai is too self-centered to understand that mature people are the ones that seek closure, not young people. She's a Lorelai. We'll get into her in about 2 seconds. I fucking hate her to death, and I think she's a trash human being too. But episode 13, where they finally go back to Friday dinner and they the composition changes. We get a screaming montage of conflict, and it's perfect. Amy Sherman Palladino is this is where her genius. It's the only part of the entire series where you can see the genius of Amy Sherman Palladino's composition for designing like on full display. And the form the composition takes changes from steady cam to that kind of sensitive symmetry that was so prominent and so revealing in the first 3 seasons of the television show. We're just kind of fast forwarding through getting everybody caught up in all of the different arguments that we missed because of the meta narrative itself. It calls direct attention to the meta narrative, to the mechanisms of the plot, to the mechanisms of archetypal behavior, and we just fast forward through all of it, and it's chaos, it's anarchy, and it's like, I mean, even though it is kind of self-referential in a very like chaotic and destructive way, it's also like liberating to see the show's actual composition kind of alter for that brief montage. And it's the closest word that best encapsulates it probably is this is a postmodern whirlwind. And I really love the way that episode ended. The mechanisms of storytelling were challenged and they were defied, but it never compromised like the well, most importantly for Palladino, it never compromised the comedy of the moment. It honored the beat of the montage, not just like verbally, but visually as well. It was a truly lyrical moment at the end of that episode, and it attacked its own sensibilities And man, it reached a genius height, and that was the only genius height of the season. But uh, most people throughout their entire lives can't even accomplish that much. And I'm very impressed by that bit in this season. Amy Sherman Palladino, like proving ever more that she is truly capable and effortlessly brilliant. Luke's daughter killed this show. Luke has a daughter. The daughter falls from the sky and lands in the viewer's lap, and we're like, we don't take it back. I don't want it. The Luke daughter thing is fucking bullshit. The show wants to have its cake and it wants to eat it too, and I refuse to sit at the dinner table with it anymore. Luke's daughter is the worst addition. It's a sign of creative bankruptcy, and it's cheap and it's cruel. Let's talk about Luke. Let's talk about Lorelai. Let's talk about how Lorelai is a trash human and how Christopher is one of the most boring characters I've ever seen, and that Lorelai leaving Luke for not eloping with her on the spot and fucking her ex-boyfriend Christopher, who has been nothing but a pain in my ass since the show started. I never liked anything that he ever did. Lorelai is cruel. Lorelai is inhumane. Lorelai is a fucking child, and like, congratulations. She used to aggravate me, and now I hate her. Like, now I have a seething hatred for the character, for the lead. So great job, Amy Sherman Palladino. Uh, if you intended for me to hate the show because you were about to leave it, you succeeded. Yes, Amy Sherman Palladino left after season 6. The show left the WB, it went to the CW, and Amy Sherman Palladino had a lot of disagreements how the CW was going to run its programming, so she left. She comes back for the miniseries that we'll cover later and to properly close it, and that I'm very excited for that. I feel like that gives her there's a lot of potential for that to be incredibly moving and powerful, and I can't wait. But a part of me feels like she kamikaze, she suicide torpedoed her own fucking show before she left, and I hate your leads. Like I completely hate them. You did you took all the likability and drained it from them. Rory for using Paris, in my opinion, and Lorelai for clearly being a complete and utter bitch. The WB is it's interesting to hear Amy Sherman Palladino talk about her time at the WB and being like, they had their anti-Emmy parties, which she's like, I'm sure they wouldn't have had those if any of their shows ever got nominated for an Emmy, but it was still an interesting gesture. The WB were interested in like almost auteur voices. They were interested in your Joss Whedons and your Kevin Williamsons, your One Tree Hills. They were interested in unique voices with unique visions, which gave Gilmore Girls the chance. This interesting deconstruction of the screwball comedy, mother and daughter who are more like friends, and the WB really was a really it was a fascinating think tank for I think some of the most important and interesting and moving pop art that the late 90s and early to mid 2000s had. And yeah, yeah, it's really cool to hear her talk about her time there. Um, but yeah, she left the show because when it went to the CW, there were too many contractual disputes, and she thought she left it in good hands. She said she left it with writers that she and her husband Daniel had trained, but um, I'm not looking forward to it. I think it's gonna fucking suck dick. I hate it. I haven't even watched it and I hate it already. I'm not looking forward to it, but I am looking forward to A Year in the Life. Um, the way that Amy Sherman Palladino intended to end the show. I'm very excited for that. I hope I hope you salvage this because you really fucked over your two main characters here. You really fucked them over. In the finale, um, Rory threw a party for Logan, like a London themed party for Logan. Logan's going away with his father on a trip, and Logan looks over and he's like, "Can you please ask me to stay?" And she says, "You know I can't do that." A part of me believes that since it was on WB, Kevin Williamson, Dawson's Creek, ask me to stay. Joey asked me to stay. A part of me thinks that that is a nod to the Joey and Pacey um, perfect love story of season 3 with Ask Me to Stay. Tell me not to leave. Like ask me to stay. And Logan's doing the same thing to Rory, but Rory can't do that for some reason because she's worthless and she's powerless and she's spineless. Um, she sucks. Pacey and Joey can both do this thing, or at least Joey went with him. Rory stayed. Rory let him go. The show is surrendering. Because Logan's also saying like, please tell me to reject the narrative, and I will. And Gilmore is saying that it doesn't have that drive or postmodern momentum anymore. Gilmore Girls is saying that it doesn't care. How the mighty hath fallen, and it's been a steady, steady decline. It's not really a roller coaster, right? Because it started at the top and it worked its way down. That's why I'm really excited for A Year in the Life for the Netflix revival limited series where they complete the show. I'm excited for that. I think it's going to be really interesting. Postmodern comedy doesn't really work too well. And it works, but we're over 100 episodes in. You have to. Part of what makes comedy characters so interesting is because of their flaws, and because the show loves them before for their flaws. But dramedy, that's having your cake and eating it too. It's been over 100 episodes. Characters are supposed to change. They're not supposed to be as deeply flawed as they were in the first season. These people are supposed to change. There's not like it's a postmodern show. Defy the status quo. Reject the narrative. Why are you telling me that you're not going to do that? Gilmore Girls? Why don't you have any fucking balls, any guts? No character has fucking changed. None. That's the problem with comedies. It honestly is. It's a lot funnier when a character doesn't have that life-changing kiss or that life-changing moment. It's a lot funnier where they when they awkwardly miss it or don't understand it. So Gilmore Girls is it's aligned itself more with comedy than with drama at this point, um, which makes both elements fall flat. Gilmore Girls season 6 is gut rot. There's gangrene all over this season. I like the Sonic Youth cameo in the very last episode, by the way. I mean, like that could have been saying something interesting, like a bunch of troubadours came to town, this cacophony of this music. That's why I think that Amy Sherman Palladino is fucking like suicide bombing her own fucking show. Because that could be a way of telling us that too many cooks in the kitchen in like a very postmodern way. Like it's rejecting the clarity of Gilmore Girls. Um, it's saying that like you have all of the if we honor the beat, if we honor the melody, uh, you can't honor that many melodies at once. It's just cacophonous. We're gonna go to the CW, and we're not gonna be around. We're suicide bombing the show. We always honored the beat, but now we're gonna make it impossible for any beat to ever be honored by providing you with far too much noise and far too many verses. That's what I think the troubadour part of the finale is saying. And if that's true, then that's incredibly selfish too. But like I said at the beginning of this video, Amy Sherman Palladino definitely is Lorelai Gilmore, and Lorelai Gilmore is one of the most selfish fucking characters I've ever seen on a television show. It doesn't make Amy Sherman Palladino any less of a genius or any less heartfelt and affectionate. In fact, it probably makes her more so because she's flawed, just like the rest of us. It's just when that's writ large, it's hard to stomach. I used to love Gilmore Girls. I really did. Paris Geller is still in my heart. I still want to marry that chick, but there are 1,000 things I'd rather do than watch season 7. 1,000 things. But not to worry, I will be back in 1 week to discuss season 7. I'll torture myself for you. What I'm really looking forward to is A Year in the Life. But all things in good time. I think that's probably where we're gonna end this. This season had nothing interesting to say, and I in turn have nothing interesting to say about it. This season didn't even really deserve a video. I have to do it. Whatever. Thank you for watching me. I've been your cult boyfriend. Take care of yourselves out there. I'll be back in 1 week to do season 7. Uh, I hope you continue with me on this journey. It's getting really, really treacherous, really hard, really rough. So, if you bail, oh my God, I get it. I get it, but I can't. I'm too invested. I'm far too involved. And I'll take every precious moment that I get with Paris Geller. I'll take them all. And I'll be thankful for them, no matter what form they come in. I just um I just want the best for one of my favorite characters. You can't hate me for that. I'm your cult boyfriend. We're talking about season 7 of Gilmore Girls today. Um, another season about the worst people in the world. I'm being serious. I oh my God. The worst people in the world are the Gilmore Girls. I hate Lorelai. I hate Rory. They're both so selfish and self-obsessed that I want to swallow a bullet. I fucking hate them, dude. Season 7, of course, is the only season without the showrunner, creator, head writer, and head director, Amy Sherman Palladino. It's also the only season that was on the CW. The show was on the WB, which was a great think tank for postmodern pop art. You know, you had your Kevin Williamsons and Joss Whedons and Amy Sherman Palladinos, One Tree Hill types. They were all there, and they were all making some incredible stuff. Some of my favorite stuff ever. And the WB became the CW, and some things started to change. And Amy Sherman Palladino left over contractual disputes. She didn't agree with a lot of the programming decisions made by the new heads of CW, and also CW I think is more focused or puts more of a priority on market-driven content, on market-driven shows, and if you watch interviews with Amy Sherman Palladino, she speaks out against that constantly. She sees it as so contrived and soulless. So she just ended up leaving the show, and she left it in the hands of some of the writers who she trained while she was there. These writers fucking suck though. This whole season sucks. But the biggest thing I think isn't yeah. The writing sucks a lot now. Amy Sherman Palladino was great, but what's most noticeable is that like Amy Sherman Palladino also used to direct a lot of these episodes, and she had like an auteur style too. She would do these kind of massive takes, this kind of sensitive symmetry. It was theatrical. It was very much of the theater. And it was wonderful. You don't realize how good it was until it's gone. Now we have if there's a conversation between characters, there are these static shots, these completely predictable and totally traditional compositional forms of storytelling. Whereas the first 7 seasons, the camera was kind of, I wouldn't say wild, but the camera had personality. The camera had a character to it, and the tableau, the positioning of the objects and the characters on screen, whether within a sensitive symmetry or just an interesting kind of design placement, everything was kind of captivating. It used to be visually captivating. Now it's the lowest common denominator. This season doesn't really deserve a video. Nothing interesting happened in this season. The only reason why season 7 is interesting at all is because we see now that Amy Sherman Palladino was the reason that anything about Gilmore Girls is ever watchable. She's the reason for all of it. Gilmore Girls through auteur. I would never. No one would care about Gilmore Girls. I mean, duh. This is like very clear and obvious. She created it, so how could anyone care about it if she wasn't there? What exactly am I trying to say? I'm trying to tell you that showrunners matter. You know, this isn't the only time that we've talked about what happens when a showrunner leaves. And it's not always bad. Kevin Williamson left Dawson's Creek in season 2, right? And I mean, I think that season 3 is the best season of Dawson's Creek. So clearly the writers are writers are good people, all right? And sometimes they can mine for gold, and they did that with Dawson's Creek. Kevin Williamson was invited back to write the final 2 episodes of Dawson's Creek, which he did, and I think those episodes are fascinating and beautiful and perfect. They did not offer that same courtesy to Amy Sherman Palladino. She was not asked to return to end the series, because this is where the series proper ends. And it is I think it's insulting that they didn't ask Amy Sherman Palladino back to just write the last one. I think it's kind of like a slap in the face to Amy Sherman Palladino in a lot of ways. Uh, I can't help but see this season as illegitimate. Like I don't take it seriously. I don't even really view it as canon, you know? It feels like bad fanfic, like the most boring fanfic too. So the composition is atrocious, the visual composition is atrocious, and the writing, the show, the pacing, it is so boring. It is so boring. Gilmore Girls used to be about how within comedy there's a rhythm or a melody to really great dialogue, and Gilmore Girls always honored the beat. Not season 7. Season 7 doesn't know how to move gracefully at all. It's just so boring and clunky and overweight, dude. Like it's not fun. It's weird. Top heavy. It's such an oddly shaped show. It's really, really, really boring, but also bloated. I can't stand Lorelai and Christopher or Luke and April. Most of the season focused on like Lorelai and Christopher has been the worst fucking character since I first saw him. Go back to my earlier analysis videos. I'm like, please God, I don't ever want to see Christopher again. And the season just hyper fixates on Christopher and Lorelai. Lorelai is selfish, so selfish. Can't believe you could hurt Luke that badly so many times. Um, but Luke and April, I April is terrible for Luke. It killed the show entirely. Lane experiences character assassination here by getting pregnant like the first time she ever fucked Zach. This is terrible. This is awful. She's supposed to be a drummer. She's supposed to go on tour and have these great rock and roll girl dreams, these riot girl expectations for a character. Now it's nothing. Now it sucks. Now it's so dumb and sad. And I'm supposed to be happy for her. Well, I'm not. She's in prison. She's in a prison called Stars Hollow. They fucked Lane completely deliberately. I can't even see that being a good idea in the writer's room. So fuck that, actually. Maybe writers aren't good people. Just as the last thread of hope I had for the show was escaping me, a wild Kristen Ritter appeared. And I perked right up. The general feeling of hopelessness resurfaced almost immediately, but at least she's fun to look at. She kind of just acts like Veronica Mars season 2 Gia. Why did Marty even lie about knowing Rory? Why doesn't it make any sense? Contrived much? Paris Geller has some good moments this season because Paris Geller is just unstoppable, and I love her to death. She will always have good moments. Um, Paris says that, and I believe Paris, she's lucky to call Rory a friend, whereas I feel like Rory just sees Paris as a burden. Like even at the end, she's like, "Well, at graduation at Yale, Paris is like, I don't know the next time, I don't know when we'll see each other next." And Rory goes, "Well, I haven't been able to shake you off yet, so can you be tender once? Can you be sensitive once?" And then she berates, like Rory keeps berating Paris, like, I like that you said you're lucky to call me a friend. It's nice to hear that every once in a while. Bitch, Rory, when have you ever said that to Paris? When have you ever said anything remotely like that to Paris? Everything you say, especially publicly, is about how she's a burden to you. I fuck Rory. Fuck Rory. Paris Geller cult forever. Rise up, guys. Let's take over the world. So these writers let Paris at least be sensitive for a scene when she's talking about why she broke up with Doyle because she got into all of these different like fellowship programs and graduate schools. And she's like, I'm not supposed to base my future off the proximity of how close it is to some guy. And while the moment itself, like it's not great writing, allowing Liza Weil to finally go back d- d- to a place of heartache, to a place of vulnerability. Like we haven't seen Paris this vulnerable since season 3, crying about Jamie and about not getting into Harvard. Um, it it still touched me deeply, and I think Liza Weil was like desperate for that kind of moment. She's been severely her it's not her fault. She does amazing every season and she's hilarious and she's wonderful. But like I've always said, she's also very sensitive. The most sensitive character on the whole show is Paris Geller, and that's like untapped potential for the most part. Since season three, she's been kind of like a one note comic relief character. She's been Kirk, but but a lot better. Okay, she's not really Kirk, but she fills that function for Rory within a different context, being Yale. So I think that Liza Weil was really hoping for this kind of emotional moment for Paris, and it felt good to see it. And my God, Amy Sherman Palladino had to leave in order for Paris to be able to shed one more tear. Like it's so weird, Like I wish that scene were better written, but it's acted beautifully, and I wasn't expecting the emotionality from Paris because I hadn't seen it since the first three seasons. By the way, the first three seasons of the show, I love to death. I think they're beautiful, but it's really nice to get that moment, and it makes me believe in the Doyle relationship more because I've never seen tenderness from those two. All I've seen is just absurd humor, just I've seen that as a relationship played for laughs, which is every Paris Geller relationship, barring Tristan Dugray and Jamie. Every other one has just been played for like, isn't this goofy? Isn't this funny? Um, which is the definition of soulless. I'd like to actually being like, oh, this Doyle thing is truly affecting this girl, and Liza Weil has such a grounded sense of heartbreak, but such an all-encompassing idea of characterization, meaning that I think that she perfectly understood the comedic components of her character, and when she's given something that is more emotional to convey, like heartbreak over Doyle at that bar with Rory, uh, she was able to meet it in a grounded form in a way that felt true while never while honoring the beat, really. I mean, Liza Weil completely honored the beat of Sherman Palladino until the very end. So the beat was honored even though it was an emotional one within a comedic framework being the Doyle relationship. So really I'm just very impressed by that performance and how she honored the beat within it. I'm not impressed by the way it was written, by the way it was shot, certainly not these static shots. It's just very boring and um, incredibly safe and sanitized even. But I love the performance of Liza Weil. I loved it so much. My favorite character, one of my favorite characters of all time. So Paris Geller, you almost made me cry again. I love you to death. Thank you. Thank you. Who am I thanking? Did I just make a speech? Is that a mic drop moment, dude? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here all week. Pacing is all fucked up. It's like so boring. That's probably the worst thing about it is that it's so boring. You know, like I don't like our leads. I don't like anything about our lead characters, but it's just so fucking boring. That's the worst part about it, dude. But I like that they at least had the clarity of mind to put Luke and Lorelai back together because that's what I think all of us have wanted since the beginning. And reading interviews or watching interviews with Amy Sherman Palladino, like that wasn't planned. They just had great chemistry. So they went for it. I love that. I love those things that you can't plan. I feel like Veronica and Logan must have been the same way. I love seeing Luke and Lorelai kiss. I love seeing Luke happy because he's such a sad guy, man. But he's also such a good one. He's such a good guy, and I hate to see him sad. It hurts me. So to see them kiss at the end, it's really lovely. It's really nice. And I like that even though season seven was terrible, it corrected its course in that one way, but that one correction means the world to me. Before Amy Sherman Palladino left, I feel like she suicide bombed her own show by breaking up Luke and Lorelai, and in the most selfish way possible, which is by way of Christopher. And at least when they left and these other writers took over, at least they corrected that and put them back together by the end. So good on you. Thank you. Thank you for correcting that. because I can't get over how happy it makes me to see them kiss, man. Like, I mean, just be sappy. It's just so nice to see Luke and Lorelai kiss that it kind of makes you forget um how shitty the context is, because it's really, really, really bad. I honestly don't see it as legitimate. I see Gilmore Girls as one of the most auteur-driven television shows of all time. Season 7 actually proves that, because without Amy Sherman Palladino's guiding hand, constant presence, it is abysmal. It's boring. It's awful. It's pointless. Um, it's heartless. And I don't like that at all. I am really looking forward to that Netflix miniseries, A Year in the Life. I want to see how Amy Sherman Palladino herself is going to come back and end it. I think it's going to be fucking brilliant. I have a feeling that it's going to be on another level. Season 7 was terrible though. It's the worst season of Gilmore Girls by a landslide. Um, yeah, it is. It's fucking it's terrible. I'm never going to watch this season again. Never ever. Um, I'm sure I'll watch Gilmore Girls again at least once or twice more in my life. I will never watch season 7. Never, ever, 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 because I don't even think of it as artistically canon. I don't think that I don't think it's real. It's not real Gilmore Girls. It's not. Amy Sherman Palladino, that's real Gilmore Girls, okay? Season 7 of Gilmore Girls is a bastard season that I don't see as valid, and I'm never gonna validate it. Fuck this season. Everything about it is just the most boring fanfic you could ever find. Yeah, garbage, trash. I'll see you in a week though, and hopefully I'm singing a whole different tune with A Year in the Life. I'm so fucking happy and excited for it. Oh my God, I'm so happy they did it because I would have hated it. This is where it ended. Imagine if this was it for like 10 years. This is where it ended for a lot of people for a long time. I couldn't imagine right now walking away from this going, "Oh, that's it. Thanks, guys." Wow, what a gift. Every memory a present. I'm glad that no, glad we're getting something more final, something from the auteur herself. I can't wait. I'll see you guys in a week. Thank you for watching me. I have been your cult boyfriend. This has been my season 7 analysis video. It's not worthy of an analysis, so whatever. Thank you for watching. Gilmore Girls, a year in the life. My analysis, my final Gilmore Girls video. It's been quite a journey. It's been a ride. It's been long. It's been very long. But man, we've come to the last stop. We've come to the end of the road. I guess let's talk about it. Amy Sherman Palladino wasn't able to finish the series herself. Season 7 of Gilmore Girls did not have Amy or Daniel Sherman Palladino involved, and fans, the actors, the critics all felt that the ending provided by the CW for Gilmore Girls without Amy Sherman Palladino was lackluster. And that's being pretty charitable. I would call it gut rot. I would call it fucking nonsense. Um, so I'm happy that the auteur herself got to come back and end the story, put the final marks on it because it is delightful. It is delightful. I would call A Year in the Life a triumph. it is a triumphant limited series, and I'm happy Netflix put it out. Gilmore Girls always had a huge cult following, from day one. Always had a huge cult following, but I think that maybe doubled, tripled even when Gilmore Girls was picked up by Netflix. There was a noticeable increase of Gilmore Girls diehard fans out there, and Netflix saw this opportunity to capitalize on the newfound, rekindled popularity, and I'm really happy that they went for it. It's set up quite interestingly. Each There's four episodes, approximately 90 minutes each: winter, spring, summer, fall. And right off the bat, what you notice right away is that Amy Sherman Palladino, her vision is back, and it's energetic. It still is inspired. And by vision, I don't simply mean the writing or the dialogue, although that does still honor the beat. It still follows the necessary screwball frameworks of that. But I'm talking about visually. I'm talking about the visual grammar is back. I think my largest issue with season seven, apart from it being abysmally boring, was that extends to its visuals. It'd be like these static shots, these kind of slow, meandering, uninvolved visual compositions. Whereas when Amy Sherman Palladino would be behind the camera, uh, it'd be a lot more theatrical. It'd be a lot more involved, and a lot more composed. Uh, because Amy Sherman Palladino, I think, views life theatrically. I know that her favorite form of art is musical theater, and I think that a large part of Gilmore Girls, which is made clear by A Year in the Life, is that Amy Sherman Palladino views life as bad cabaret, and something about that is extremely adorable and should be protected, should be cherished and recognized for the goodness that bad cabaret can be when it's done by a community, like a community that cares for you, by family, by um, uh, memories. When memories come at you, like an onslaught of memories, when you are attacked by memories, what it truly is bad cabaret. And there's a melody to it and a rhythm, and that's how Gilmore Girls, A Year in the Life, constantly honors the beat. It honors the beat of memory, and there is a nostalgic longing in this limited series, as there should be, because we're we're not only seeing all of these characters again, but we're also saying goodbye to all of them again. And if you watch my videos, there is no one who touched me more than Paris Geller. There's no one who who it hurts me more to say goodbye to than Paris Geller. Fuck, girl, she aging perfectly. My God, I think she's beautiful, okay? Incredible. And I enjoyed her here. The Pablo Escobar of fertility clinics or whatever. Pablo Escobar of sperm. But where Paris Geller is allowed to be fascinating is in a scene in the bathroom of Chilton. Rory and Paris go back there as guest speakers. And one point of annoyance, and you know what it is. Paris has a breakdown because she sees Tristan Dugray macking on some chick, right? Just any chick. My problem is how did you not get Chad Michael Murray to come back? How come everyone else said yes, but Chad said no? I can't figure that out for the life of me. I don't, does Chad Michael Murray not like to do things like this? But how would I know if he's ever been asked to do anything like this apart from this? What was his Gilmore Girls experience? Honestly, he's not even willing to come back for a moment. And it would have been a really satisfying moment considering the unplanned catastrophe of his departure, which, by the way, I think that Tristan Dugray's departure from the show in season two is still the most fascinating thing that the show ever did. And I think that Run Away, Little Boy? Is that the title? Am I remembering that correctly? I should. It should be emblazoned in my mind as one of the best examples of postmodern art that I've ever seen. Okay, Chad Michael Murray's final episode in Gilmore Girls is masterful, top notch. Words can't do it justice. I think it is so powerful and so revealingly postmodern. The beautiful ruins of Tristan Dugray. Nonetheless, they couldn't get Chad to come back. He's like the only one who they couldn't get to come back. It's fucking weird and it sticks out like a sore thumb considering that everybody else did. But regardless, that is almost inconsequential to the breakdown. It's the setting point for the breakdown. The fact that Chad Michael Murray isn't there isn't he's not entirely necessary to this moment. He would have amplified its importance, okay? And I would have loved to see Chad Michael Murray return, but we didn't. Whatever. Paris Geller, our woman of the hour. My favorite character on the show, one of my favorite characters of all time. She runs into that bathroom and she has like an emotional breakdown. Not only is she currently divorcing Doyle, a lot is revealed in that bathroom scene, okay? Because she's like, I still love Tristan Dugray. I still blah 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 blah. I don't know how seriously we should take that statement. What we should take seriously is the hypersensitivity of Liza Wile's performance there and how on point the writing of that scene is. She calls herself the amazing, insignificant, invisible girl. She literally has her resume read out to her and be like, you run the world. Why don't you feel like you do? Because she could never feel like she does. This was the tragedy of Paris Geller the entire time. She overcompensates for her self-hate, for the doubt that she sees in herself. In her own mind, I've said this since the beginning, she is infinitesimal. She doesn't have a large self-image of herself, and she protects herself from those obtrusive feelings of self-doubt and self-hate by lashing out on all those around her and by having such a large personality. She feels so small that the only way, like her self-defense mechanism to feeling so small, is to have as large a presence as possible. That's Paris Geller. That's the tragedy of Paris Geller, and that's the Paris Geller that I wanted to see explored more in the original Gilmore Girls run because they gave up on exploring that after season three, and that's fucked. And I'm glad that A Year in the Life offers the Paladinos a chance to correct the show's course and correct their many mistakes because Gilmore Girls made a lot of mistakes after season three. It made a lot of mistakes, and one of them was its neglect of the intricacies of the complexities of Paris Geller. And in that one bathroom scene, we're able to see that interiority that I've always known existed within her, that this scared, manic, amazing, insignificant, invisible girl that I always knew existed within Paris Geller. She's carrying around an empty briefcase. She is contrived, she is theatrical, and this speaks once again to the motif of the theater, to the theme of the theater, to the heart of the showrunner herself, Amy Sherman Palladino, and how she views life theatrically as musical theater, as cabaret. Paris is carrying around a prop to prop herself up, to prop up her ego, to make her feel more important. Yet there's no one who knows how facile she is more than Paris Geller herself. And Liza Weil is extraordinary in that scene. I thought that scene was beautiful. I thought it was pitch perfect. And I finally got to explore her character without having to hyper analyze the situation because Paris Geller just comes right out and says these words. And we get to hyper literally explore the those scared sacred parts of Paris Geller that she is too guarded to let people see. I always said she's the most sensitive and the most lonely girl on the entire show. And if given the chance, she could break anyone's heart. And she broke mine in that scene again. Tristan Dugray was just the catalyst for that breakdown because she sees Tristan and she's back at Chilton and she's that same petrified but driven and brilliant young girl who wants to be accepted into this the sensitive world of hearts that every other character, every other human being is allowed entrance to. She wants that too. She sees Tristan and she's once again that manic and impassioned teenager, and she realizes that of course you carry that with you. Gilmore Girls: A Year in the Life is largely about carrying your adolescence with you. Maturity is just a deconstruction of youth. That is what adolescence is. That is how you reach maturity. And I think that most of us, everyone has their own thing that they suffer from, and I think that largely those things that keep you up at night stem from um, the impossibility of maturity. A large part of all of us will always be our anxious and manic teenage selves. And we actually got to see Paris explore it and embrace its physicality and do her best to rid herself of that, or at least admit it in a public forum, meaning the bathroom of Chilton, which is the world stage, after all, in a large way. I'm thrilled that I got to say goodbye to Paris in a way that felt more meaningful to me. I'm glad that we had interiority before we said goodbye. Liza Weil, you'll always be in my heart. You did incredibly in this role. Amy Sherman Palladino, Daniel Sherman Palladino, Gilmore Girls, thank you for providing me with a character that really spoke to me and spoke to so many other people. And then thank you for treating her with dignity in the end. Um, Paris Geller is one of my favorite characters ever created. So thank you. Thank you very, very much for introducing me to her. Near the end of the show, um, Lorelai says, "It feels right. It took a long time to get here, but sometimes the journey is the point, but it feels right." And it does. I think that's the best thing you could say about A Year in the Life, is that it feels right. This feels like goodbye. And this goodbye feels earned and it feels right. Um, and it feels properly authored. It's incredibly important that Amy Sherman Palladino was here because no one understands these characters more than her. And this is an auteur who maybe doesn't deliberately insert herself into her work, but if you watch any interview with her, she is Lorelai Gilmore. Like she has her mannerisms, her speech patterns, her philosophy, her train of thought. Um, which makes sense because she invented the character. And in A Year in the Life, I think that Amy Sherman Palladino was kind of investigating herself and where her art stands in the grand scheme of things, right? Uh, it's interesting because, like, all of these shows at this particular time, these postmodern teen dramas, they all ended with their own representations, which is kind of fascinating. Gilmore Girls ends with Rory starting to write a book, The Gilmore Girls, about her mom, about her relationship with her mom, about her youth. We can only assume that it's what the Gilmore Girls show chronicled. Um, and that's the show's own representation. Being projected within the within the show proper, right? Within the narrative proper. Dawson's Creek did the same thing with Dawson creating The Creek, the television show. One Tree Hill did it twice. And Unkindness of Ravens was a book that Lucas wrote, and then Julian ends up developing a TV show based on that book. It ends with its double representation, which might be why I think One Tree Hill may be the most interesting postmodern show to ever talk about, but let's move on from that point quickly. Um, God, what else did it? Oh, the OC did it almost from the get-go. Seth writing those comic books that are completely based on his wish fulfillments, on his life and how he wished it would go and how he sees Summer and Ryan and these people around him like superheroes. And Gilmore Girls also ends with its own representation. Um, and that's always interesting. It's at least interesting that all of these shows like went the same way with its ending to to represent itself within itself. Like it's this mad Russian doll of the postmodern framework. Um, and I think it is really curious. Of course, I think in a more traditional sense that's narratively symbolic of like actual birth, right? And also the show ends with "Mom, yes, I'm pregnant." Those are the four words that Amy Sherman Palladino had hinted at for years, and we finally got to see them delivered and captured on screen. Um, that's also representation. So like there's a meta narrative at work here. There's a meta contextual layering to those final four words, and I think that the key to that is within the first three chapters of the book she's writing, like actually writing the book of the show reproducing itself. Um, the show in a constant process of the reproduction of its own representation. Because ultimately, that's what all birthing symbolism is. The show itself being pregnant with thoughts and ideas and being pregnant with a specific sort of philosophy. And then its representation is the way that that is actually acted out in the real world by its own viewers. The show is constantly reproducing itself through representations of our lived-in actions towards each other. And I mean, if you can measure something like that, I would say that the Gilmore Girls probably had a net good on society. Alexis Bledel is wonderful. Lauren Graham, tour de force performance. You know, it is wonderful seeing them together. And it is nice that since I do think that like Amy Sherman Palladino was investigating herself through Lorelai because they're so similar, probably deliberately similar, but I'm not sure on that. Um, she is challenged here, and so is Rory for some of the things that I've said and some of the things that I've seen fans say online that like these characters do like bad things. They may actually just be bad people. They're challenged in that. You know, they're called out for these mistakes. They're called out for their behavior, and the show just believes in its characters so much that they're able to be understood and forgiven through the lens of their ultimate creator, of their auteur. Amy Sherman Palladino cares way too much about Rory and Lorelai to um to let them be found guilty of anything. Uh, Personally, I think that Amy Sherman Palladino did wonderfully in justifying her two main characters, Rory and Lorelai. But personally, I think that they're both trash human beings, and this miniseries didn't redeem them. Okay, there's no redemption for the shit that they pulled in this 7 seasons of Gilmore Girls. They're awful, self-obsessed, and narcissistic people, and without redemption. Okay, I don't like them at all. But Amy Sherman Palladino clearly loves them, and she fills your heart with a lot of affection for them, no matter how you feel about them, because that's how great of an artist she was. So, in the moment, I am. I am I'm feeling extremely affectionate towards Rory and Lorelai in the moment. I step away from the TV screen and I'm like, oh yeah, that bitch. I remember. No, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. Uh, but Amy Sherman Palladino is so fucking skilled that more often than not, she ate. She got to have her cake and eat that shit. Yeah, more often than not, she ate. Composition's really good. The show looks exquisite. Um, there's an artful quality to it that is really nice. That is that is well, I mean, I think I've already said it. That is not only theatrical, but more specifically, it's musical, making it lyrical, allowing for Gilmore Girls to honor the beat until the very end, until it leaves us forever. And I am getting emotional just thinking about it ending, right? Just thinking about that's it. We're done. It feels right that it's done, but it's also like Stars Hollow was starting to feel like home, you know? And it started off as a snow globe, right? As the framework of the screwball comedy. That's how it started. And it kind of expanded in a lot of unpredictable and unexpected, but mostly good ways. It expanded to encompass a whole lot more than that. these quirky characters, these weirdo misfits, they started to feel like family, man. Like Stars Hollow started to feel like home, and it's gonna be hard separating myself from these from these crazy fucking people. And I really loved spending my time with them. And I love that Amy Sherman Palladino was able to come back years after the show's run to end it with significance and to end it in her own words, in her own way. Because I think she's a genius and I think she's brilliant. She was able to return to Stars Hollow and find those few magical snowflakes and really make me feel affectionate all over. Like it's really cool job. Of course, it's funny. She's a comedian. She's a comedic writer first and foremost, but her semi-secret talent is always that by honoring the beat of comedy, you are facilitating um, all sorts of sensitivities. And the greater the comedy, often the larger the sensitivity. And uh, I would, I, this show is so sensitive, and I loved feeling it and being felt by it. Like it's a very emotional experience. I do really enjoy Gilmore Girls for sure. It's weird. Like I'm gonna walk away now. I'm gonna edit this video, and then no more, no more. Gilmore Girls, no more. Like that is weird. This feels like such a larger goodbye than a lot of the other ones. Maybe because it feels more right. It actually feels like goodbye. It feels like it's past. And that's so sad to me right now. Oh no, I'm having a Paris Geller level emotional breakdown, guys. I'm having a nervous breakdown about about this show that ended that I just finished watching. Holy shit, I was attached to it a lot more than I thought I was. Fuck. I miss Paris, I miss Luke. You did it, Amy Sherman Palladino, you did it. Gilmore Girls as a whole, it's a masterful show. It works. The fucking thing works because I'm all broken up about it. I mean, it's just hitting me now, but like I'm done, dude. No, dude. I kind of want more. But at the same time, I don't want more because it felt so right. This sucks. This sucks for me a lot. A Year in the Life was really nice. It was really good. It was delightful, and I think it has a lot of meaning to it, and it means a lot to me. I think the most incredible thing about it is how affectionate it is, and yeah, I love the Gilmore Girls. I don't really think I have anything else to say, um, other than it's hitting me right now that I'm gonna miss everyone so much. I don't want these characters to leave. Oh man. I guess the hardest goodbye is my own. Goodbye, Gilmore Girls. Man, I really enjoyed you. It's just thinking about it is conjuring these comforting fucking feelings. Dude, no. No, it's done. Oh my God. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. This is it. Thank you for watching me. I started this video out fine, okay? I slowly had a nervous breakdown. Maybe this is the logical endpoint for me, your cult boyfriend, analyzing Gilmore Girls. It starts off with me all cocky, putting on this hat like I was cosplaying and shit, bro. And it ends with me like just weeping over my laptop into my Yeti mic, just going, I don't want it to end like that. If you wanted to crush me, Amy Sherman Palladino, well, you did it. You did it. You made your cult boyfriend your bitch. Thanks for watching. God, you broke me.